Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Severe Dr. Omar Osman, Naib Chancellor DRB Haikom University of Automotive Malaysia, merangkap pengurusi program pembinaan ilmu KTP Nasional dan mantan Naib Chancellor USM 2011-2016. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail, Presiden Akademi Sains Malaysia, mantan Naib Chancellor USM 2016-2019. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Insinyur Dr. Abdul Rahman Muhammad, Timbalan Naib Chancellor Pendidikan dan Inovasi USM, merangkap penasihat program laser. Yang berusaha Tuan Syed Yusof Syed Kecik, Pengarah Jaringan Masyarakat, Bahagian Jaringan Industri dan Masyarakat USM, merangkap ketua program laser. Para dekan, timbalan dekan, pengarah, timbalan pengarah, pensyarah dan penyelidik, Universiti Awam, Universiti Swasta, Barisan Pegawai Akademik Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi, Barisan Fasilitator dan Urusitia Program, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati sekalian. Selamat datang ke program Leadership in Academic Society Experiential Relationship Laser Siri 1 2021. Hadirin yang dihormati, sebagai memulakan majlis pada hari ini, marilah kita bersama-sama menandatangan mengaminkan bacaan doa, memohon keberkatan agar majlis ini berjalan lancar. Untuk itu, majlis menjemput Encik Ahmad Faiz bin Ahmad Fazil untuk memimpin bacaan doa. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'il mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma innaka khalqul azim, innaka sami'ul alim, innaka ghafurur rahim. Azim. Ya Allah, Engkaulah yang mempunyai segala kepujian. Engkaulah yang berhak menerima segala kepujian. Engkaulah yang berhak menerima segala kesyukuran. Engkaulah yang memiliki segala pemerintahan. Di tangan Engkau segala kebajikan. Kepada Engkaulah kembali segala urusan. Allahumma ya Karim, ya Rahim. Engkau berkatilah dan rahmatilah perjalanan program Leadership in Academic Society Experiential Relationship Laser pada hari ini. Sesungguhnya Engkau maha mengetahui bahawa kami di sini ingin menimba ilmu-Mu yang sangat luas bagi mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan kami sebagai hamba-Mu yang Engkau redai. Kurniakanlah kepada kami ilmu-Mu, sinarilah hati-hati kami dengan cahaya dan ilmu-Mu. Semoga dengannya kami mudah menerima dan menghayati serta mengamalkannya. Ya Zal Jalali wal Ikram, kami juga memohon perlindungan dari-Mu dari segala perkara yang boleh mencacat celakan program kami dan daripada segala perkara yang melalaikan kami dari berbuat taat kepadamu, ya Allah. Kepadamu jualah kami serah segala urusan kami. Rabbana alaika tawakkalna wa ilaika alabna wa ilaikal masir. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Majlis merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada Encik Ahmad Faiz bin Ahmad Fazil atas pimpinan doa sebentar tadi. Semoga majlis kita pada hari ini berjalan dengan lancar dan dilimpahi berkat rahmatnya. Untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, program ini dahulunya dikenali sebagai Program Peningkatan Kompetensi Akademik Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi, Perkongsian Amalan Terbaik Libatsama Universiti-Komuniti, dan pada tahun ini 2021, program ini telah diletakkan sebagai signature program akhir yang dijenamakan semula sebagai laser. Pada kali ini juga, BJM sekali lagi telah dilantik dan dipertanggungjawabkan untuk melaksanakan program laser dengan konsep pelaksanaan yang sedikit berbeza, iaitu secara atas talian. Modul-modul yang terdapat dalam program ini sebelumnya telah memberikan manfaat kepada lebih 300 akademia daripada pelbagai universiti awam dan universiti swasta dalam merangka, menilai dan melaksanakan program projek Libatsama Universiti-Komuniti. Tujuan utama program ini dijalankan adalah meningkatkan dan memperkasakan kepimpinan akademik dalam Libatsama Universiti dan Komuniti melalui penyelidikan translasional sebagai pemangkin kepada perkembangan komuniti dan mengisi jurang dalam kurikulum universiti awam dan universiti swasta. Laser membincangkan amalan dan pendekatan terbaik untuk membawa community engagement CE ke tahap yang lebih baik dari segi keberkesanan dan impak melalui kerjasama dengan pihak berkepentingan yang saling menguntungkan selari dengan perkembangan pesat abad ke-21 dan industri 4.0 yang telah memberi dimensi baru agar CE dapat dilaksanakan dengan lebih kreatif dan inovatif secara by design. Penekanan pada konsep program kali ini adalah lebih bersifat perkongsian dan pendedahan konsep serta modul yang digunapakai oleh USM dalam merangka, menstrategi, melaksana dan menilai program ataupun projek Libatsama Universiti-Komuniti yang berimpak. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, emas tempawan buatmu puteri, busana indah buat rupawan. Sudilah Tuan tampilkan diri bersama madah kata aluan. Majlis dengan takzimnya mempersilakan Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Faisal Rafiq bin Muhammad Adikan, Naib Chancellor Universiti Sains Malaysia untuk menyampaikan ucapan alu-aluan. Dengan penuh takzim, dipersilakan.
Terima kasih saudari pengerusi majlis. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera saya ucapkan kepada Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Nasruddin Muhammad, Pengarah Akademik Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi (EKAP), Yang Berbahagia Profesor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rektor Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM, mantan Naib Chancellor USM, Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Surveyor Dr. Omar Osman, Naib Chancellor YIB Highcom University of Automotive Malaysia merangkap pengerusi Program Pembinaan Ilmu KTP Nasional dan mantan Naib Chancellor USM, Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail, Presiden Akademi Sains Malaysia, mantan Naib Chancellor USM, Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Insinyur Dr. Abdul Rahman Muhammad, Timbalan Naib Chancellor Penyelidikan Inovasi USM merangkap penasihat program laser, Yang Bersaudara Tuan Syed Yusof Syed Kecil, Pengarah Jaringan Masyarakat, Bahagian Jaringan Industri dan Masyarakat USM, merangkap Ketua Program Laser, para dekan, timbalan dekan, pengarah, timbalan pengarah, pensyarah dan penyelidik Universiti Awam dan Universiti Swasta, pegawai Barisan Pegawai Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi EKAP, Barisan Fasilitator dan urus setiap program, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati sekalian, setinggi-tinggi kesyukuran kepada Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala kerana dengan izin dan limpah kurnianya kita dapat bersama pada pagi ini di program Leadership in Academic Society Experiential Relationship atau nama ringkasnya program LASER yang diadakan sepenuhnya secara dalam talian. Terlebih dahulu saya ingin merakamkan penghargaan. Terima kasih kepada EKAP kerana memberikan kepercayaan kepada USM buat kali kedua untuk menjayakan program ini. Tahniah dan syabas diucapkan kepada Profesor Datuk Insinyur Dr. Abdul Rahman Muhammad selaku penasihat program dan Tuan Syed Yusof Syed Kecil selaku ketua program bersama dengan pihak Rustia dalam menjayakan program amat bermakna ini. Ini daripada teks. Cuma saya you can see how influential Bijim dan Tuan Syed dia boleh himpunkan 4 orang VC dan ex-VC USM. Dan saya pula kena bagi ucapan with the presence of 3 ex-VCs. So the level of stress tu tinggi juga sebenarnya. But then again, I think that also shows itu menunjukkan yang throughout the years, USM carries a lot of themes, tapi one of those is in terms of community engagement, and we are ever willing to share whatever it has been accomplished. And as I said, dari segi BGIM, the USM, Tuan Syed punya team in terms of credibility is second to none. BGIM's initiative have actually touched about 400 plus communities, about 2,000 plus participants, and some of the products the export ke Jepun, ke UK, ke US, dan perhaps ke Saudi Arabia dan other Middle East countries. So all those experience insyaAllah akan dikongsi bersama dengan harapan supaya other universities will also jump onto the bus. USM mengambil sikap di mana we are not competing with any universities. All of us, kita semua berada dalam satu boat yang sama. We are a platform for social mobility. We have nation building punya responsibilities, and we should be sharing any good practices. Because at the end of the day, all of us are tasked with creating value for fellow Malaysians, especially. Dan ini antaranya di mana universiti memainkan peranan yang penting dalam komuniti. So saya ingin mengeluhkan kehadiran semua peserta daripada 16 buah universiti awam dan juga 6 buah universiti swasta, UTP, Unitan, Curtin, MMU, Swinburne dan Asia Pacific University. Satu perkara yang saya juga nak kongsikan adalah USM juga telah commission Tuan Syed dan a group of academics untuk menghasilkan rubrik social progress assessment. Dan kita harap di USM kita akan gunakan rubrik social progress assessment ni untuk menilai performance ataupun prestasi pusat-pusat pengajian dan juga pusat kecemerlangan di USM. So our scorecard, other than kita measure the usual stuff, penerbitan, IP dan sebagainya, kita juga nak tengok dari segi apa usaha school ataupun pusat pengajian ataupun pusat kecemerlangan dalam merealisasikan agenda nasional, dan juga kita akan bekalkan juga dengan di social progress assessment, which will try to quantify, akan cuba quantify dari segi rubrik tu kesan-kesan inisiatif yang melibatkan community dari segi kesan fiskal, kesan ekonomi, sama ada overlap dengan 17 SDGs dan sebagainya. Jadi these are all exciting times, and at this point of time USM juga telah menggariskan komitmen untuk 2022, di mana antara komitmen yang penting yang kita nak fokuskan adalah USM sebagai a good neighbor to our community. We want to be good neighbors, dan benda ini akan di-spearheadkan again oleh BGM dan juga programan. So saya kira dari segi tujuan program itu membangunkan kepimpinan akademik dengan memberi penekanan kepada agenda kemasyarakatan ni, this has been ongoing, dan we have to keep reminding ourselves, dan program-program seperti ini sangat penting. Dan setakat ini modul-modul yang dah dibina telah memanfaatkan selama 300 orang akademia dari pelbagai universiti awam. Saya lihat dari senarai perkongsian tu by Tan Sri Zul, Prof. Datuk Asman dan juga Datuk OO. These are all very important titles and topics yang perlu dibincangkan, dan juga ada perkongsian dengan Dr. Zul, who is one of our most successful academics when it comes to memperkasakan community. I think his products also being exported to various countries, and I'm simply inspired by all this. Saya pun ada rasa cemburu juga sebab kita pun nak cuba bersaing lah dengan Dr. Zul dan sebagainya. So have a good program, dan saya harap inisiatif ini diberkati, dan semoga kita sama-sama, all the universities, whether IPT ataupun IPTS, we together kita build this nation in so many fronts, in terms of big technologies, in terms of community engagement, and I hope for the best. Terima kasih banyak again kerana menjemput saya, dan okay, enjoy the program. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, dan salam sejahtera.
Majlis merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Faisal Rafiq di atas ucapan alu-aluan sebentar tadi. Hadirin yang dihormati, meneruskan acara kita pada pagi yang mulia ini, majlis dengan takzimnya mempersilakan yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Nasruddin Muhammad, Pengarah Akademik Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi (AKIP), untuk menyampaikan ucapan, seterusnya merasmikan program. Dengan penuh takzim dipersilakan. Mohon maaf tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ada sedikit masalah teknikal. Baiklah, sekali lagi saya menjemput majlis dengan penuh takzimnya mempersilakan yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Nasruddin Muhammad, Pengarah Akademik Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi untuk menyampaikan ucapan seterusnya merasmikan program dengan penuh takzim. Dipersilakan. Tuan dan puan-puan, inilah situasi yang perlu kita hadapi jika berprogram di atas talian. Mohon maaf sekali lagi kerana sedikit masalah teknikal. Jadi sekali lagi saya menjemput yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Nasruddin Muhammad, Pengarah Akademik Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi untuk menyampaikan ucapan dan seterusnya merasmikan program ini. Dengan penuh takzim, dipersilakan.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Faizal Rafiq Muhammad Adikan, the VC of USM. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Profesor Emeritus Dr. Zulkifli Abdul Razak, the Director of UIAM. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail, President Academy Science of Malaysia. Yang berusaha Profesor Madya Dr. Azila Ahmad Syarkawi, the Deputy Director for Center for Leadership Development, ACAP. Tuan Syed Yusof Syed Kecil, Pengarah Jaringan Community, bahagian Jaringan Industri dan Masyarakat, USM. Speakers and facilitators, laser, participants for the programs, laser, and also to all secretariat members from ACAT and also USM. Alhamdulillah, and a very good morning, and I extend a very warm welcome to all participants to the program. And it is my privilege actually to have and perhaps welcome all of you, especially all our distinguished speakers to the program for the first session of today. I take this opportunity to extend ACAP's deepest appreciation, especially to University of Science of Malaysia and its working committee for making today's program possible. Indeed, ACAP is honored actually to have all participants and also guests as our not only working partners, but also the supporting force behind the laser program. As we can see, we have distinguished speakers for the session, which will be, talking on various issues starting this morning and until end of the day, and to be continued tomorrow, I believe. And it is also my wish to have our first speaker, the Tan Sri Professor Dr. Zul of UIA, Director of UIA, who I believe is a strong speaker, strong advocate and supporter of our programs so far. And with his and also other fellow resident partners with ACAP, we have, considered our effort in having our programs together, and I hope that it will be smoothly going until the end of the day. And ACAD is supposed to provide training, especially in the fields of talent management. And to do that, we have basically 3 centers, which are grouped under one center for leadership development, which is headed by none other than our Deputy Director, Dr. Azila. The other one is Center for Profiling. Currently, it's under the supervision of Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina. And the third one is Center for Sustainability. So all the 3 centers are centered in ACAP, and we look forward for further collaboration with our strategic partners. As I said, Tan Sri Zul, for example, the first speaker for our session this morning, he's a man, he's the VC that leads by example. And he is ever readily a source of encouragement for us. And it is also our pleasure to regard him as one of our inspiration in making our programs possible. And first, I take this opportunity again to express my utmost appreciation to Professor Dr. Faizal Rafiq for making this laser program possible. It is indeed one of our strategic collaboration between ACAPS and also USM. And also a big congratulations to University of Science of Malaysia, to the VC especially, and which is headed by none other than Tuan Syed Yusof Sekecik, who I believe truly committed working force in this effort in making this program possible. It is indeed relevant and synergetic in developing and expecting the context of this program's module. And this program is one of the programs that we have in the house. It is focusing on competency that needs to be developed among the university members, which should include stakeholders focus, relationship building, and also team building. And that, once again, I personally express my most appreciation again to the VC of USM, Yang Berbahagia Datuk VC, and also his team for this meaningful strategic collaboration. And the quest for knowledge is a never-ending one. It is a sacred effort, concerted effort. It is collectively done between all parties, and it is not confined only to all to senior leaders. This is perhaps the right and appropriate platform using this ACAP, one of the ACAPs and USM's program, for all of us to embark something meaningful towards the enrichment of knowledge among university communities. Dengan lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officiate this leadership in academic society, experiential relationship, and pray that the program will be smoothly going, inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Majlis merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Nasruddin Muhammad di atas kesudian menyempurnakan perasmian program laser sebentar tadi. Maka dengan ini secara rasminya program laser siri 1-2021 dilaksanakan. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati sekalian, seiring dengan perasmian sebentar tadi, mari bersama-sama kita menyaksikan tayangan video perasmian program laser dan pelancaran produk Breni Madu Kelulut.
Ya tak kosong lah. Tak pasti kan apa? Tiba-tiba
tak berjaya. Because dulu kita tak boleh bergerak lebah macam biasa.
Terima kasih tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Kita meneruskan lagi majlis dengan beralih ke sesi perkongsian daripada para panel pakar program jalinan kerjasama Universiti-Komuniti yang senantiasa menjadi rujukan dalam agenda CE di peringkat universiti, nasional dan antarabangsa. Panel kita yang pertama, beliau lebih dikenali dengan nama Zul, merupakan Rektor Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM. Beliau juga merupakan bekas Naib Chancellor USM bermula dari tahun 2000 sehingga tahun 2011. Beliau merupakan bekas Presiden untuk IAU, Rakan Bersekutu UNESCO yang berpusat di Paris. Selain itu, beliau juga adalah penyampai RCE untuk Education for Sustainable Development yang berpusat di USM pada awal tahun 2005. Beliau merupakan penerima pertama ASEAN Anugerah Berprestij yang digelar 2017 Great Medal. Beliau adalah ahli untuk Akademi Sains Malaysia, World Academy of Art and Science FWAAS dan the World Academy of Islamic Management FWAIM. Beliau juga merupakan ahli lembaga penasihat untuk Institute of Sustainable Development and Learning Libatsama Universiti sejak tahun Jun 2019. Beliau merupakan speaker jemputan untuk 2015 Nobel Dialogue di Sweden dan 2020 Nobel Prize Dialogue di Korea Selatan yang dijangka akan berlangsung pada bulan Oktober 2021 ini. Beliau dilantik sebagai ahli kepada Qatar Foundation Higher Education Strategy Advisory Panel juga baru-baru ini. Untuk itu, majlis dengan penuh takzimnya, kita menjemput yang berbahagia Profesor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rektor Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM untuk sesi perkongsian beliau. Dengan penuh takzimnya, dipersilakan.
Terima kasih Puan Fazilah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil wassalatu wassalamu syafil anbiya mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. La haula wala quwata illa billah. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Faizal Rafiq Muhammad Adikan, Naib Chancellor Universiti Sains Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Nasruddin Muhammad, Pengarah ECAP. Kita berjumpa lagi Datuk. 2 hari sudah kita berjumpa. Rakan-rakan USM, rakan-rakan UIA, rakan-rakan universiti lain, saya terlebih dahulu melafazkan syukur kepada Allah SWT kerana diberi izin berjumpa dalam satu seminar ataupun webinar yang amat dekat di hati saya. Community engagement is something that I have learned from in USM. In fact, I gain a lot from USM, being the place where it is situated in the site of activism. Pulau Penang is a site of activism. You have things like CAP, you have Sahabat Alam, you have all the activities that students would probably miss in the classroom. And I benefited from that when I was a student in 1971. My classroom was divided into two, the formal classroom, which is often a boring one, and the one that's outside, which is often a more invigorating one, that you learn more out of the textbooks from experience of like Arwah SM Idris, and now we have got Dato Anwar Fazal. There's a number of them who have left this place or have left the world. But these are teachers in a way that are not recognized. These are under my unsung heroes that trained me, and not only in my knowledge, but the way of thinking. So kalau dikatakan bahawa mengapa Zul ni lain dari segi tindak tanduknya, in a way that I'm very frank, I'm very provocative, and I'm also very insightful in many ways, that comes from them. They are the one who teach me, if you want to make change, you have to have this kind of a passion. Kalau kita duduk dengar angguk-angguk saja and then keluar and then go back to where we were, then I think no change will come. And in my last 40 years in the education system, convinced me that we have not done enough, because we have not spoken enough, we have not represent the society enough. And that is what, this is a message that I want to bring across to you, that the university has got a whole commitment to the community outside. The community outside is where our responsibility belongs. Kita seolah-olah sebagai wakil mereka, half of the time they don't know what's going on, and we are supposed to represent them, to tell the world at large what is it that is required of them, because half of them are not even accessible to a university. Despite bangunan kita tersergam indah, but we also got a very what you call gate, yeah, yang mengatakan only certain people can come in, certain people are not allowed to come in, and so on and so forth. So those are the legacies of university that are things that needs to be challenged. Those are the legacies of university that COVID say we are already out of sync. That COVID says that unless and until you live with the people around you, all of us will be dead tomorrow. I think that's a very, very important lesson that all of us must take home. Yeah, so our responsibility is that responsibility, and particularly in the context of leadership. Yeah. So I would like to thank university, particularly the Vice Chancellor, for gathering 3 ex-Vice Chancellors. If only you can bring Tan Sri Musa in, I think we got a full component of the living Vice Chancellors of USM. But to get 3 out of 4, Alhamdulillah, Dato Rafiq, I think is a good it's a good indication. I've not seen any conference that bring their vice chancellors in such a big numbers. Yeah? I also want to caution you, the biodata that was read is basically a kind of a fake biodata, because none of it will resemble the thing that I will talk about. Yeah? Ini semua, I'm not trained in this. There's no qualification for this. These are all learning out of the way. Yeah, belajar, learning on the job, learning by doing, and that becomes quote unquote the credentials that I will bring to you in the kind of experience. If you ask me apa dia punya qualification, Tan Sri, I will tell you I don't have any qualification. If you're looking for qualification, then I will be disqualified almost automatically. Yeah. So I'm sharing you some of this experience, and some of this experience will be difficult to gain. In the sense that things has changed, things have moved along. USM has got, 50 years experience, and I was there right from the beginning of USM, from the very first Vice Chancellor, Hamzah Sanud, very inspirational, very professional, and very academic in his thing. He's not liked by many people because he speaks the truth and he says what he wants. So finally, I think that is the decision that every vice chancellor needs to make, whether you are in a popularity contest ataupun you are really there for business to make education work the way it should be. All right, so let us begin. Kalau boleh, I will share my screen. I'm not good at this, but okay. Dah banyak kali buat pun tak kerti juga. Share. Okay. Ada. Are you able to see this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, so community engagement is a beautiful word. Community engagement is a word that makes me alive. As long as the community is around, I think we are in business. When the community say we don't want you, I think we are out of business. Yeah, community to me is a larger set of industry. I also recognize the way industry works with the university, but to me the priority is community first, industry second. Yeah, but right now we say it look as though the industry first, community second, because I think the community is the one that is very attached to us, very close to us. And now in Gombak, we have got a community orang Kampung Sungai Pusu and Kampung Orang Asli, and 2 largest community around the university that we are trying to make amends with and see how we can learn from them, apart from learning from us. Yeah. The credential of the university, as I've seen here, where we won the Golden Gown Award in the year 2020, being an institution for sustainability. We are recognized just like USM using the experience from the UNU as a regional center of expertise for sustainable development. And very recently, we are given the UNESCO Chair for Future Studies. We are here to sort of predict what the future looks like. And certainly the areas of community engagement is one of those areas that we are working very closely to see how we can change the university Kalau Datuk VC tadi cakap about trying to find what's a way to measure this, we insyaAllah will have another project that we are quite happy to share with anybody. We are now sharing with UPM. How do you make community engagement as part and parcel of the university mission, not just a sideline or something which is fashionable. I think the university belongs to the community, and the university needs to articulate that in a very clear terms. So when you talk about leadership, I think that often we are always given this, what is a good leader? So everybody will say what's a good leader, communication and all those things, and different people will say different things. Yeah. But I take this from the guru of leadership and management, Peter Drucker. He always says this: leaders are people who do the right things. This becomes my departure point. What is the right thing? Yeah. What is the right thing to do? Is community engagement the right thing to do, or are we here about something else? Anything that not related to community, for example. Yeah. So what is the right thing to do is, I think, is a prerogative of all leaders to find out this is I want to do, because it's all contextualized. USM cannot be the same as IIUM, although we are called universities, but your context and my context are quite different. I can leave this. In USM, I can do many things that UIA will not tolerate, right? And of course, the vice versa, because the contexts are different, the reason that of the university is different, but that doesn't mean it is right or wrong. I think this is where we started off wrong, by saying that every university must sound and smell the same. Yeah? My first objection when I was a vice chancellor in USM is to call pelajar-pelajar kita HEPA, yeah? Hal ehwal pelajar dan alumni. Yeah? I don't want to be HEPA. I just want to be hal ehwal dan pembangun pelajar. So we call ours HAPP. We are the only university that is not HEPA, because we think HEPA, I want to put alumni somewhere else. I don't want to put alumni under Timbalan NAP Chancellor. To me, alumni must be under NAP Chancellor, because they gain the rights to talk about the university. After all, they are our alumni and they are doing well. So those kind of sentiments do not exist, yeah, in our university. We take things as it comes. So kalau research will be happy, HAPI, happy, pembangunan dan inovasi. We do not call ourselves happy. We call ourselves now here is responsible research and innovation. The word responsible has meanings of its own. So we are supposed to decide what we want to do, because we have got a different inclination. So these labels has given to us that constrain us, constrains our thinking, constrains our action, needs to be done with. Yeah, and this is my first suggestion, that USM is good in the community engagement. Where is it in the portfolio of USM that says community engagement? Yeah. In IIUM, my deputy rector is student development and community engagement, very clearly spelled, and we know community engagement is alive in IIUM because of that designation belong to one person. So we need to be very clear of what are the right things to do, by just putting the right nomenclature to tell people who you are, and therefore you can be recognized for that purpose. Of course, you also need to deliver at the same time. Yeah. So if leaders are the people who do the right thing, then I think we need to tell managers are the people who do things right. So maknanya our managers, the people, the bottom line, the downline yang kerja dengan kita, if you do the wrong things, then they do the right things. It doesn't make any difference. Yeah. So kita katakan kita nak pergi Seremban, everybody wants to go to maybe somewhere else. Then they were prepared to go to somewhere else rather than going to Seremban. And we will not end up in Seremban. So there is this link between doing the right things and doing the things right. Often kita rasakan we are supposed to doing the things right. Yeah? Somebody decides for us and we just do the things right. Well, actually the whole idea is wrong. I think this is the confusion that we have at the moment in time. Who is the one who calls the shot? Who doing the right things? Yeah? And I believe the academic leaders will have to do the right things, because they are academic leaders. They are not political or whatever other leaders. So I think this is a point that needs to be put in place correctly. Otherwise, yeah? And then we go into assumptions. when we talk about leaders, and then there's also a difference between leaders and boss. Yeah, you can see boss too. These are totally loyal people. You can do whatever you want with the boss. They are still loyal to the boss for one reason or the other. We will not go into that. Yeah, and leaders are the one that is right stuck in front. Yang pakai merah tu, and yang lain semua right behind. Right. So this is one man that stays up front. There, he's the leader. But when you go to the community, this concept of leaders changed entirely. The community does not have this kind of a perspective of a leader, and therefore the word pemimpin kalau kita gunakan is like this. Memimpin is to hold hands together and walk together. Yeah. So there is no one single person that you can distinguish. This is my leader because he stays in front. He doesn't stay in front. In fact, he is very much in the crowd. People do not know who is the leader in that sense because he is being singled out physically or otherwise. Yeah, people will recognize him as a leader later on when people pay respect to him or listen to him. There's certain distinction about the leaders from the way he behaved rather from the position that is given. Yeah. Therefore, in this kind of a situation, when you go into a village or a kampung, you need to understand this. Yeah, kadang-kadang kita as a leader, we want to earn the same respect that we earn somewhere else. Yeah, we want special seat, we want special designation, we want special this, special that, just because we are so used to this being treated specially. And I think when that is the first thing that I think we need to put right. Bila kita masuk ke kampung, we are one of many. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter what title you've got, doesn't matter what your experience. You are just that normal human person, and in fact, your presence there will not be felt until very much later when you get to know them and they get to know you. So I think the concept of pemimpin ini bagi saya is important because at the end of the day, the hierarchy is totally flattened. Yeah. Me and my driver, when we go to the old kampung, we stay in the same table. Doesn't matter. We drink from the same pot. That is expected. Yeah, so we don't have this distinction. Orang yang bawah duduk meja lain, kita duduk meja asing and stuff like that. And we don't also try to make the difference and try to say that I'm the leader. The rest are just my followers, things like that. Those things are not important. So this value system of what the community is all about and how the community pay respect to you and you respect the community is of a different language, a different context altogether. And how many of us actually can behave in the kampung because we are all trained to behave in an industry. Yeah, pakai coat, pakai tie. Some people go to kampung pakai coat, pakai tie, pakai kulit, pakai kasut kulit juga. It all means that we are macam rusa masuk kampung lah. Yeah, we do not know how to bring ourselves to the level of where we should be and how we should behave in a different situation, together. So that's the first thing I think that wants to come in mind. The second thing, why do you want to do this? Is this because fashionable? It is because, you get many Myra points on this or all the other things that have been told. But for me, it is because it is right there in the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, which generally is of two parts. There are many parts of this, but I will just talk about the two parts here. One is the individuals, the kind of individual that the falsafah want to aspire. This is people who is balanced, harmoniously, intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, physically, and believe in the firm belief and devotion to God, right? And that process is an ongoing process and so on and so forth. That needs to be understood in the context of where we are before we go into the kampung, all right? Now, the moment we go into the kampung, then the second part kicks in. And that means, they kata, these people will be this Malaysian citizen. Then the knowledgeable, the competency, the moral standards, and so on and so forth. At the end of the day, these words, we are trying to articulate this for almost 20 years now. When we started in USM, kesejahteraan diri, what is the word sejahtera is all about? Why is this important? Because they kata, unless you sejahtera diri, then you are not able to contribute to the harmony and betterment of the family, society, and nation. There you are, the word society. Sebenarnya the word society is waiting for your contribution, but only and only if you can exhibit this kesejahteraan diri. Yeah? If you don't have this, then I think the community will suffer more from you. kita panggil kesengsaraan diri, which is the opposite of sejahtera, ya. This will be the drug addicts, this will be the bullies, this will be, people who exploit, this will be, we can list this endlessly. And these are the people who have been what I call exploiting and living on the society for their own sake. And then the society suffers because of this one or two individuals or a group of individuals that actually, what's the word that I want to use, that make use of society for their own benefit. Yeah, and here is in this tandem. Yeah, you want to do you want to do the society, you must do the family first. And therefore, the new call now Keluarga Malaysia, I think is very appropriate, yeah, in the context of family, a larger society, and then from that we build a nation. So it has to go from that. If we don't have your society, if you don't have your family well created, then you can forget about your society, because the outcome of that will be another miserable society. And from a miserable society, you will get a miserable nation. And from a miserable nation, you'll get a miserable world. And this is what it is today. Yeah. So the very basic, the individual, the family, the society, and then the nation. And so we work on the society not because it is fashionable, because it is part of that continuum. It's part of the continuum. The individual translate into the family, and the family translate into this. If you don't have that continuum, then the society becomes, just another place where people try to make a living. And therefore, when we go to a society, we don't look at the society per se, we also look at the individuals in the society, because those individuals are the ones that will contribute to society or the community at large. So this is the second reason, a very strong reason for me, why we need to work with the society, not because it's fashionable, because it's part and parcel of what education means to us, based on a falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. And this also tells us there is no one way of doing things. I keep on talking about context. Yeah? Your context and my context are different. We are supposed to be different. And therefore, we say that no two persons or no two systems are alike, because they evolve under a diverse, local, socio-cultural roots, knowledges, and also education. Knowledges are purposely plural, because we're beginning to recognize now not only the dominant knowledge of the West, but also our own knowledge, indigenous or otherwise. So these are also bona fide knowledge that needs to be mainstream, that needs to be put together in the context of what the society is all about, because that society has been evolving and living on that knowledge. They don't know any of this knowledge outside of their society, yet they are able to aspire and become what they are. Yeah, and so if two people think alike, then one is redundant. I often remind this to my colleagues when I was USM and even here. If there are two people, if the VC and the deputy VC thinks alike, then one of us is redundant. One of us must go lah. Why are we wasting people's money? Because we are thinking the same anyway. Yeah. So everybody must aspire to think differently given their own context. And this is what enriches the university. But sometimes, we one size fits all yang menyusahkan kita, everybody must think alike, then I think all of us are redundant in that particular context, because we don't contribute anything new. Yeah, we become an excess baggage in the world, in a way, because I think we do not contribute anything constructive which is new. So these are very hard points that you need to realize, that you need to be very adventurous, and that's where the word creativity, the word innovation becomes important, because we want to strike new deals. And I would like to congratulate USM also for showing that Kelulut video. Here also we have this Kelulut in UIA, but we have not arrived at that stage perhaps, and maybe we can learn from you in this context. Yeah. So that's the other assumption that we need to think about. When we go into the community, are we thinking about the same thing? Yeah, potong rumput, everybody potong rumput. Yeah, cat masjid, everybody cat masjid. What other things different that we can do, so that it becomes a path of learning that is very constructive, that is very innovative, and it relates to the life of the person that we are working in, not another textbook solution that often do not work. Yeah. I want to go then into this whole idea of making it global. Yeah. So these 4 pillars of learning of UNESCO, which is revealed at the same time of the Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan in 1996, that talks about very much the same thing that we are talking about. The 4 pillars of learning, they kata learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together. Now, we are good in learning to know and learning to do, right? All our life had been about this learning to know and learning to do, but very, very poor at learning to be. And what is learning to be? Learning to be is to know who you are, yeah, so that you become this all-rounded, complete person. And these words have never been articulated in our system. We want a complete person. We use the word holistic, but it's shy away from this whole idea of, can we psychoanalyze ourselves? Do we know who we are effectively and physically? Because this is important the moment you go into the community. You must know who you are, either your values or your thinking. How can you then realign or otherwise with the community so that you don't go into a kind of a confrontational way of looking at it? And to have that analysis for that individual, it is very important. And that's why we find that the people who are successful in communities are the people who actually know themselves. And they know how to carry themselves, membawa diri dalam masyarakat, as we said in our context. And then you can live together. And you live together in the context of the values that you have. And that values must relate to the larger question of human rights, democracy, intercultural understanding, the human relationship, and so on and so forth, so that at the end of the day, we can bring this peace and harmony around it. If we cannot do this, then I think going to the kampung becomes more of a liability rather than a benefit in such. Yeah? So that is another point that I think we want to look at. So it is a global thing. When UNESCO brought this, it talks about us going to the global scene. Not within our kampung, of course, it's also relevant, but how do you go to another dimension that you do not sort of sell your soul, as it were? Yeah, we go to some places, sometimes we come back more foreign than the foreigners themselves, because we do not know who we are, and therefore we imbibe everything that was given to us as though that we have nothing to offer in the world as such. Right? This is, I think, a very important point where Peter Drucker, the guy who says the leaders are doing the right thing, we are becoming aware that the major questions regarding technology are not technical. So stop blaming the technical things. Basically, it is us. It's a human question. We have not articulated it well. We have not done our homework, and therefore the technology did not perform the way it's supposed to perform, because everything else is not put in the perspective that it should be. Yeah, you talk about online education where places there's no connectivity. So what good it is? Yeah? I've been to places where they kata kampung tanpa wireless kampung. All right. And literally there's no wire and there's no electricity also. So nothing can be done. And that is not a technical question, that's our question that fails to give what is supposed to be there as far as the kampung is concerned. So it is the human question, I think, that's important rather than, so stop bringing just more technology until and unless we solve the human question first, because it will not answer to a question unless that issues are sorted out. And this is where the negotiation with the kampung people, making them understand, making them trust us, is something of very core values as far as that is concerned. So now, given all those things, I'm asking myself, are we doing the right things? Yeah. Going back a little bit to the history of university, we go to the 19th century, particularly after the Industrial Revolution, all right? What is university for? The whole question has been sort of turned upside down. Yeah. So if I were to give you a very concise answer, universities are now meant for 3 or 4 things. One is to create manpower. For what? For the industry. One is to create our mind to be creative, innovative. For what? For the industry. One is to machine. Machine is for what? Again, provided by the industry. At the end of the day, our lives are all contextualized into this marketplace. And hence you have the word marketability, employability, which is now become a core business of vice chancellors around the country, at least. Yeah, you have to score certain things before you can be successful. All right. And you look at the picture here, this is what the industry looks like in the 19th century. And this is what the school looks like in the 19th century. And this all happens in Europe. yeah, and we just take this as part and parcel of the university at that particular point, and we are here at the moment in time. So 20th century, yeah, we thought things has changed. Things has changed physically. There is a new factory now, a little bit better, colorful, you know, more spacious and more human in a sense. But the school also has not changed. Yeah, and you can go to the best school. You can go to Harvard, they still sit this way. You can go to Oxford, they still sit this way. They have no other ways of doing this because we are just contextualized within that particular structure that is given to us out of the Industrial Revolution that wants to mass produce. And we become part of the mass production. And names will change. We don't call ourselves manpower now. The woman is very unhappy because they're very sexist. So we change it to human capital. Yeah, human capital, there's no gender there. So we are producing the human capital. So we hear speeches from leaders, saya say kita nak membuat modal insan yang terbaik. Yeah, what is terbaik? It depends on what is a modal insan to you. But there's a whole theory on human capital theory that talks against education. Yeah, there's a different question altogether. We talk about intelligences now, IQ, EQ, SQ, and all those things. All is now the resemblance of the mind, the same frame. The technology we talk about is we talk about high tech, but all again is all contextualized into the marketplace. Yeah, I often give this example. At least when I was in USM, when we want to introduce a course, we thought this is important, and the Kementerian will say, dah buat market survey ke? Kita kata belum. Okay, do market survey. Kita buat market survey lah. Dan market survey, then they say, what does the market say? Market say they don't want this khusus tentang falsafah ni. Dia kata tak ada market value. Kita tak payah offer lah. Yeah. Although kita rasakan falsafah ini penting, and that's why falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan remains at the bottom. Because nobody wants to recognize it as something which is important for education per se, particularly the market, when they don't understand what this falsafah is all about. So we are stacked against this. And this is where I think we are moving away from the community because the community doesn't seem to be like a good marketplace. Yeah, they don't offer employment and employability that was promised to us, at least at one point before the COVID. And now we are behaving in a way that is not, they are not relevant as far as we're concerned. So I call this education without soul, pendidikan tanpa roh. Yeah, we do all the things, but the human value, the humanistic value, the values that we cherish as a community do not exist in that particular realm of trying to give education the way we understand it today. So now we are in a crossroad. Everybody talks about technology. So where do we stand and how do we take this on board? Everybody now wants technology. So we hear the story, the budak-budak dia bagi the peranti itu dan ini to the billions of dollars. Sometimes the peranti is useful, sometimes the peranti is not useful, and then there are many other things that we skip into this. Yeah, and becomes an issue. But at the end of the day, I'm more interested in what sort of a person that it trains us. Yeah, we become a very mechanized person, a very artificial person, learning from just that video stuff that we do not have the practical experience of what this is all. It shapes our mind, it shapes our talent, it shapes our cultural values, it shapes even the way we interact with one another. Half of our children learn from this. How do you behave in a Hollywood style to your parents? We don't have this anymore in our context, so we learn it from this particular medium that we've got, right? Whereas formally, I think we used to do this. I still do this when I was in USM. Half of the time we study under the tree. Yeah, not because it's fashionable, because we want to get to experience what the ambient is all about. Yeah, to experience the heat, to experience the sun, to experience the wind. Yeah, not just in an aircon room, which is now the downside as far as COVID is concerned, and to also experience the animals around us. Yeah, and they are part and parcel of our life, our existence. Do we acknowledge them? Do we recognize them? And this is part and parcel of education. That's why kata USM kata universiti dalam taman, and it was done for a purpose, because we don't think the building is a university. We think the whole ambient is a university. And whole ambient is a fantastic ambient as far as I am concerned. Yeah, the Durian Valley and so on and so forth. These are places that students must experience, not just the library and get stuck in the library or the labs. Yeah, but these are the other labs that we need to be part of. These are the nature lab. These are the libraries that we can extract information from. Your clue comes from that. Your clue doesn't come from your library, no matter how good your lab says. The clue comes from nature. And you don't understand nature, you will not be able to grow the clue that you have. Yeah. So that is I think the issue. So here you have UIA at the University Garden in Garden of Knowledge and Virtue, another way of looking at it. But yet still, yeah, the whole ambient is a garden. How many of our students realize that the ambient that they are in is part of education? I don't think many of them would, because we don't give the right emphasis. We are telling now this one need to go, yeah, and then when that date goes, then this also will go. So our ambient becomes dirty and not well looked after. It is not part and parcel of our business to make sure that the ambient stays clean and pristine the way it is. So again, USM has got that the two padang, and when people go in, people are at odds with the padang because it's very meticulously looked after. But that needs to tell the whole story, not just the padang. The whole story needs to be that way. All the upkeep of the university needs to be as good as a padang, as it were. So this is, I think, where we are at a crossroad now. Where are we going to take ourselves with this mindset to go into the kampong? They will kick you out immediately because you do not resemble them. You do not represent their values. You do not even understand where they come from. I think we need to start from the very basic as far as community engagement is concerned. I just like to, because I work a lot with the African, they are still very pristine in that particular state, and there are many things that we can learn from their experience. Yeah, to a certain extent, that their knowledge is even better than the Europeans. If we just take the word Ubuntu, which is a very classical word in the many African society, Ubuntu is what sustains them. Ubuntu means I am because you are. There's already a relationship struck. I will not be here because we are not here. So there's already a relationship built that they need to live together. One needs to depend on the other. And the word Ubuntu represents that. Yeah, we did not know what some of the oldest universities, there wasn't called university there, in Timbuktu, probably is one of the world's oldest university. They've reconstructed what education is all about. And some of it is about here. The education is never ending. So we talk about lifelong learning. What is so new about lifelong learning when the Africans say it's never ending? Yeah, perhaps sometimes it's a stolen idea from other cultures that we just articulated in our own words. Yeah, everyone is involved in the education process. What is so new about no one left behind? This is it. The African has practiced this for a long time. Yeah, it's rooted in collectivism, not individualism. This is where society comes about. Yeah. And not only that, like what the VC said, now we go around and teach other people and share our knowledge with them. Yeah. And the sharing of knowledge is free of charge. It is not because of patent. It is not because we want to earn money. It is because sharing of knowledge, and the sharing is something that is part and parcel of activities of knowledge sharing during that particular time. So if you go into the community and if you learn about the community, they are more magnanimous than we are. They are more human than we are, and they're more sincere than we are. I think that's the part that this whole modern education has missed up. Everything must be done for a purpose, and the purpose often is because of money, or because of name, or because of fame. You don't have that, I don't want to work with you. You know, in fact, I'll have one people not work with me and says, I want to work with you because I want name and fame. If you cannot offer me this one, then I'm not going to work with you. So I said, never mind. Yeah, and we are not in that business. We're in something else. So you need to give community what is due to them. They are not backward the way we think they are in terms of wisdom. I think they are richer than we are, and we need to come to that. Yeah. So students learn in a variety of ways. When they talk, there's no one path to learning, including free play. Look at our kindergarten. There's a lot of free play, immerse in nature, and working with adults as community sort of business. I remember when we go mengaji dulu. Lepas mengaji, what do? Angkat air, kapak kayu, basuh kain, working for the guru yang kita mengaji as a way to pay back. And that's part of community work. But now we don't do that anymore because our parents give them satu ratus ringgit for kita mengaji, and after that we just walk off. But I think the worth of working with them and making the community work as part and parcel of our due to our guru, I think it's a lot more than 100 ringgit or 200 ringgit or whatever money that we can pay. And those are the values again that we have lost. And we look at this for berapa kredit ni? 2 kredit, alah 2 kredit tak maulah, nak 6 kredit. Things like that. So those are the issues that are polluting our mind, and the community is bringing us back to what this all means to us as a community who actually wants to live together on a different platform rather than just buying a commoditized platform. So traditional knowledge system, therefore, are in that case more autonomous, because they've got a lot more flexibility in educating. I'll give you a simple example. When we work with orang asli, they've got a thing called kercang. Kercang is almost like a Rubik cube, but more sophisticated than a Rubik cube, because they have got to understand and how to undo this kercang. And they've got 18 of this, and they will give to their children from the age of 6 until the age of 18, and how to solve problems using this. You can imagine the Rubik cube for now, at different age has different kind of difficulty, and therefore their thinking is very diverse. And I asked them, why do you do this? They kata in the jungle, if you meet a snake and you meet a tiger, the solutions are different. For us or urban people, meet a snake and meet a tiger, the solution is the same, that you run away. Only one solution. For them, there are multiple solutions, and they need to develop this. And that's where this autonomy comes in, to make them more jungle friendly, as it were, and to survive their own situation. So these, I think, the values that why I think this is important to do this. And I want to come back to where we are. So where we are now, we are straitjacketed into a factory, a one-size-fits-all factory with standardized curriculum, standardized tests, standardized result, standardized definition, everything else is standardized. And then we compete with one another like hell to show that we are good, right? Not because we are diverse, not because we have got something better to offer, because within the standardization, how can we cut corners so that we become better? And that is the institutional system that we've got now, sans the committee engagement part, because those values is lost. Those values is not there. So I am rebelling against this. I'm on record to say this. I want to create a different university of a different way of looking at it, because that model comes from this model. It's almost like making a bread. If you look at this properly, this is what you call the starting material, and these are the additive materials. If you want to make roti badam or roti Christmas, you change this, and you can get. And you put it under a receptacle, and then you put it into a conveyor belt, and 3 or 4 conveyor belts, and finally you put in a lorry, and off it goes. Just change the labels, and you get a university. Right? All our universities are like this. Budak-budak masuk, they are almost the starting point. Nak jadi apa? Jadi doktor. Okay, doctor, these are the things that you need. The engineer, these are the things that you need. Then you put into a receptacle, we call it curriculum. Then we dispense it into a classroom. And the classroom almost to me like a conveyor belt. We have got tests. After the test, it pass, you go to second conveyor belt, third conveyor belt, fourth conveyor belt, and then graduation. Convocation. And the convocation will tell us whether the product is good ataupun tidak when it comes to marketability. So we need to submit to the ministry. Kita ada 80% marketability. Oh, we are very good, man. Kalau kita kurang marketability, no, you are not good because you cannot market the student. It's just like marketing a bread. Of course, you can market the bread simple because they're all the same. How do I market 3 different people who have 3 different talents and 3 different inclinations and different views? Unless I standardize those views, then I can compare them. And this is what we've been doing. We are now not doing what we're supposed to do in terms of cherishing the diversity among our students. So we get into this assembly line education, and then really that's where the problem starts. So everything now, because of that, has gone into a very poor state, be it economy, be it ecology, be it the social structure, be it the environment, all these are under destruction because we are all not thinking the way we should be thinking, neither can we appreciate what the environment is all about. Our environment is just a classroom and what is offering it. Yeah? And that is where I think this whole question of community engagement bagi saya becomes important, that we need to start thinking outside of the box, given the paradigm that we've got now, the unsustainable paradigm, and the evidence for this is quite clear. Yeah? Just take global warming and climate change sajalah. As an issue, the many research has been done. Yeah, most of the research we say this is all because of us. It's all because of us. Yeah, manusia ni tak kira ada degree tak ada degree. In fact, there's one study kata dah ada degree lagi teruk, because you're so straight-jacketed in what has been given to you as compared to orang yang tak ada degree. They still have a flexibility of thinking. They are not being quote-unquote brainwashed aside. Yeah? So many of these people mengatakan bahawa kesudahannya this is the problem. Our student ourselves, our university is a problem. We are guilty there. Yeah? But ironically, when we are guilty, we still pretend as though we are the best. We still tell people this must change, that must change, everything else must change, policy must change. But we didn't say that I must change. Yeah? And I go to university, I must change. Not I become the same hardened, hardwired person who I failed before just because this is what everybody around us want. And how do we rebel against this? How do you transform this, if you want to use a more polite word, to make things change within ourselves first? And this is what it is. Yeah? How do we balance between our internal world and the world outside? There is a link with this. And this is what the word sejahtera means to us. Yeah? How do you link this? Otherwise, we go into what we call the Anthropocene age, which is now already on board. That this Anthropocene age, by definition, is we human beings are going to dismantle our own civilization. We already dismantled so many of our kampung. Penang saja, I think 10 kampung now, if I'm not mistaken from the study that I read, are already at verge of being defunct. Once you lose a kampung, you lose it all. Yeah, you're already losing one in front of the university itself. But university cannot do much. Yeah? Just as much as Kampung Kurinci and Kampung Abdullah Hukum is lost at the University of Malaya. You cannot get it back. Yeah, and this is the kampung that's been existing for 200 years, a multiracial kampung around that. But we cannot defend it. Now, Kampung Kurinci and Kampung Sungai Abdullah Hukum is just a blip on the LRT. That's it. Our new generation do not understand what is it. And they called it now Bangsa South, which is not even part of Bangsa. These are the things that really worries me, that we as academics and educational experts, quote unquote, are very, very oblivious into this, because it's not part of my rakut, because it's not part of the things that counts. At the end of the day, I think we're going to lose it. And we're going to lose this whole idea of sejahtera at the same time when I talk about it. Yeah. So Attenborough said it very well. The Garden of Eden is no more. We have changed the world so much that scientists say we are in a new geological age called the Anthropocene, the age of humans, that destroys own civilization because of the greed, because of the things that we are professing today through our education system. So we need to change the structure, which is a very hierarchical. I hope university is better than this in terms of its, in terms of its hierarchy. We need to be more flattened than this. People call this egocentric because we human being seems to be dominating. Not only we human being, we men. The women pun tak boleh. Kita men saja. Men pun of different structure je. Must be white sometimes. Living in the northern hemisphere. If you are not, then you are not there. So this is an egocentric model that needs to give way to a more what you call egalitarian system, which is network, which is flexible, which is about us, which collaborates, and which is alive. Yeah, and in other words, this is the ecosystem that we want to create, an ecosystem that is alive, that is basically concerning about everything around us, not just as a human person, but as a whole entity of people who inhabit this planet, including the plants, including the animals, and so on and so forth. And that is, I think, the shift that we are going to go into, and this shift, I think, is already been forcing on us when it comes to coronavirus. Yeah. So let me very quickly run through this. I think you know this. the 4 things that I talked to you about, the intellectual, physical, spiritual, and you just look at our curriculum. Are all these there? Are they in a state of balance? Yeah. Mungkin kita ada the intellectual component, a little bit of the physical because of co-curriculum. What is the emotional part? Where's the spiritual part? Now it's very stuck under the lockdown. Our students are not able to cope because they are not trained to be resilient emotionally and spiritually. In other words, we have lost 2 very large components of education that makes that balanced human being. Yeah. So balanced human beings have been there for a long time. There's another piece of art by Leonardo da Vinci, apart from Mona Lisa, but people do not recognize it somehow. But he has been trying to measure what is a perfect balanced human being, at least physically, right? And there is one art called the Veteran Man that talks about this is a dimension that you need. I think most of us fail to meet this dimension, and the fig leaf is mine. The rest is Leonardo's. So we want to create this. This is the education system that we are talking about. It's already in the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, individual that's balanced, harmonious, yeah. And what is harmonious in particular sense? We craft it into what we call this maqasid asyariah, about protection of life, intellect, lineage, wealth, and also faith. That will be the kind of foundation of what balance is all about. And that is, I think, acceptable internationally, even globally, because here we talk about the 5 elements of human existence. I've tested out in Europe. Yeah, I say, these are the 5 elements of human existence. How many of you disagree? Yeah, very few, if any. Right? In fact, one of them said, this is mind-blowing. Why don't you think about this earlier? We have got it, but we have not talked about it because we think it is not Western enough and it's not, therefore, not worthy sharing with other people. So we're working this and making sure that this is what our society is also all about. The social equity, the integration in terms of environment, and also the prosperity that need to be shared. Now we talk about wawasan kemakmuran bersama is all about this. But how do you work it through education? Is education part of this? And I'm not too sure whether we are into this game of trying to do this. Yeah. So I want to come back to this because there is now a resemblance of this. If you talk about all these pillars of learning, they're exactly what the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan says. In different terms, perhaps. Yeah. But learning to know is about the intellectual part, learning to do about the physical part, learning to be about the spiritual part, and learning to live together is about the emotional part. Yeah. And this maybe we have done well, but when it comes to kampung or community, I don't think well enough because we don't know the complexity of the kampung. We are talking about just a bandar punya kind of a arrangement, not orang kampung and the values that I talked to you about. Yeah. Learning to do also, yeah, the way they do things and the way we do things, perhaps it's not the same. So here again, we need to introspect and see what is it that is possible, right? But the worst is this, when we talk about the complete person. My interpretation of a complete person is a person who also become responsible public intellectual. In other words, you need to be the mouthpiece of these people. Yeah. Why do some places have got flood for the last 5 decades? Yeah, and there are 3 universities in that place now. Why are we not solving their problem? What is so difficult about solving floods when there are so many engineers around? Yeah. Why are we not talking about those issues? Why are we talking about something like esports, for example? What is esports to these people who have been flooding for the last 50 years? Where is our priority? Who are we in the context of being public intellectual? Yeah. So where do we put our priorities is something that we need to understand who we are and where we're coming from. All right. And then there's the values that I talked to you about. What value proposition have we got? So that our priority begins to change because there are more humanistic values rather than just technical or technological values as such. Yeah. I think I will stop at maybe 10, yeah. 1 hour, 15 minutes. I can try and finish it. And otherwise, we see all this discrimination around us. Mula daripada orang OKU, orang KU ke USM, kita panggil orang kelainan upaya, because we suddenly realize they've got better keupayaan than us. You know, how many of us can draw with our mouth or our feet? Yeah. If we take that as a basic point, then we become the kurang-kurang upaya. So who are we to call them kurang upaya? I mean, para Olympic, they bring 3 gold medals, man. Yang tak upayanya doesn't bring any gold medal. So this terminology also color our mind, color our thinking, color our behavior towards these people. We need to pick the right terminology and saying the right things so that we can the right values at the same time. How many of us talk to them? How many of us speak up for them? How many of us talk about issues of this nature now when we talk about Black Lives Matters? Yeah, we thought it is done already in America, the world best university, the world best country, but the racism is worse there as compared to even our place. Yeah, how many of us are doing the right thing? That's my question. To be a university, to do the right thing, and to take on the leadership that we are supposed to do. I think I'm just going to end with a simple thing. So we need now to go back to me. That's these 4 pillars of learning that has got its mirror image on falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. If I'm talking to a global audience, I will use this. Local audience, we can use falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan and say this very well also. So learning to know, we use our head, we create this knowledge that we know, not just knowledge that is dominant, but knowledge that is shared around us, that is relevant in our context, could be religious knowledge, could be indigenous knowledge, could be any other knowledges. I think that is important to make the community ahead or to make them survive. Yeah. Then we need to work on these other areas of the head, the hands, and how can you work this together in combination. And there already you get 2. The intellectual and the physical and sort of dimension of falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. You bring in the heart, you learning to be, as I've mentioned, yeah, they create a lot more awareness, you create a lot more understanding of what this knowledge and what to do is all about, because you have understood it from within you, right? And therefore you can be a better person, and there's maybe another 2, EQ and SQ, which is part of it, as a kind of a measure perhaps, yeah. And at the end of the day, we want to bring this together. You remember this word, the complete person that I talked to you about, and they are equally comfortable with their head, their hand, and their heart working together. And that is what our attitudes are all about. Yeah, we are able to harness this together as that complete person that we talked about. And in our context, we call it insan sejahtera. The integrated, the holistic. If you read the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan lagi, the first statement mengatakan it is integrated and holistic. And these are the 2 words that we use in the context of the falsafah, not taken it out of the context and talk about holistic by somebody else's definition. Yeah, integrated in that context, not integrated by somebody else's definition. And that, I think, is what it is. Yeah. So last but not least, what is a learning lesson for this? I think I take it from Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs kata a lot of people in our industry, including if you want to talk about education industry or our education sector, have not had a very diverse experience. So experience is important, and that's why I appreciate this word experiential in your seminar. You need to have the experience. You need to go out and dirty your hand and slog it out, you know, and so that you understand what the experience is, and because that is the one that makes you who you are. Right? And that's why I feel blessed that when I was a student, half of my time I spent outside of the classroom. I'm not a good student, but that's not what I'm after. But anyway, I want to be a good person. A good student may not be a good person. Why? Because we don't have enough dots to connect. Our dot is probably the library and the desa, and the library and the resident. That's about the 2 dots that we can connect. Put us somewhere else, we are lost. In other words, they kata you will end up in a very linear solution without broader perspective of the problem. Indeed, now when you talk about problems in the society, it is a very broad problem, yeah, a very wide problem, and therefore, one's understanding of the human experience becomes important because we can even design what we need to do. Now, not having this, it will be a kind of a liability for us. So in other words, to go into the community, you must have this. And this is something that we do when we were students. Year 1, we go and work with the community, learn whatever needs to be learned. Same thing, year 2, year 3, year 4. And by the time you graduate, hopefully you learn something more beneficial than what you learn from the classroom. Yeah? Question is like this: if you don't have that experience, you meet another person who talks about the iceberg. Yeah, all you can imagine is this. Because you have not seen an iceberg before. Sometimes you have not even heard of icebergs before. Okay, that's so. Your solution will be a glass, something in a glass, whereas this lady's solution probably is a whole world. How can you compete with her in terms of thinking? Because the solutions are not the same, because the contexts are not the same, because the understanding are not the same. This is what happens when you go to the kampung. The kampung is a widespread open sort of university without pagar. Here we are in a university yang ada pagar with all sorts of rules, what can be done and what cannot be done. And sometimes the rules also lock down the mind at the same time. How do you change this? And you can only change this by experience what is that outside in the community. Yeah. So this is what university is all about. We measure success in terms of what skills do we have, what knowledge do we have, how marketable we are. Yeah. And our measures are also these are the jargon that we talk about. What is the goal? What is the structure? What's the policy? What is the resources? Which technology you use? This is all our discussion, right? Forgetting that if you go down, you've got different issues that you need to talk about. We can only discover this when you go down to the ground and mix with the people who are there. Yeah, their belief system, their assumption. That's why we started with assumption just now. The kind, what angers them, what pleases them, what is good in their eyes, what is not good in their eyes. Yeah, especially a very traditional conservative kampung, right? What are the value systems and how do you actually live with this value system? The so-called norma baru. Yeah, and to some people, it's not a new norm; it's a renewed norm, a norm that was there before, but we have forgotten it for some reason or the other. Then we need to bring it back. So nothing is new in that sense. We just need to relive what we have forgotten. And these, I think, are the issues that we will discover the moment we interact with real people in real life situation. Right, let me end up by saying, okay, so what we need to do now, we need to talk about community leadership. Yeah, I will then try to make some sense of it. When you work on this, just say what do learning to know and learning to do, your hand just on in your brain, you are just working at the level of what I call community service. This one we do when we were students, yeah. Apa tu, what they call bakti siswa, yeah. I remember this bakti siswa. Year 1 pergi potong rumput, two weeks later the rumput will tumbuh balik. And then we go and potong balik if you want to. Otherwise, never mind lah. Dah sudah dah. Dah dapat 2 kredit dah pun. So why do I need to cut again? We need to cut again. I need another 2 more credit. If there no 2 more credit, then why do I need to cut? So my motivation was just the 2 credit, not the community. Yeah, the community is just happened to be there. So I want to get my 2 credit. Sorry, community. I get my 2 credit. Goodbye. Right? And that's a level of service. So many of us do this. Many of us think that we have done so much for the community, that cat dia punya masjid, and some of us even do something which is difficult. I remember we built a sitting toilet at one kampung, thinking that is an innovation for them. When we come back, everybody do their business around the toilet, not on the toilet, because they don't know how to sit and do their business. They just know how to squat, right? So sometimes our solutions are not compatible enough. Are not good enough as far as that's concerned. Yeah? So here we are just talking about the tip of the iceberg. We have the skill, we have the knowledge, we have some inclination to do it, and that's about it. Yeah. But what we fail to understand is we fail to understand what is beyond that. Yeah. So that's part where I think we need to come into terms. And this is where the learning to be. Where the heart is involved, we understand what is under the iceberg, with the 90% under the iceberg. That creates awareness, that creates motivation, that creates passion, that creates many things that is just beyond the 2 credits, that's beyond any instruction, that beyond any needs. It's because you want to be what you are. And this is what I call the community engagement. You really get engaged with the university on your own accord, not because people forced you, not because you want to get some rank or something like that. It is out of your needs to do that because you want to be that better human person, as an educator, as a student, or as just a plain human being, right? So if you can bring this together, it's even better, all right? So here is a way when you move out of the kampung can survive on its own because they know how to live together. They're holistic, they're integrated, they've got the right values, they've got the right attitude. And this is what I think the complete person is all about. They're able to deliver this, yeah, and able to actually plant it or root it in the kampung. And this is what I think we should be going for. We should go beyond community engagement. We should go for community transformation. That is the ultimate for me, where we talk about the whole university approach. the whole society approach. Yeah, as much as we want to change the individual, we want to change the whole community so that the whole community do not depend on you anymore. They can survive on their own. They are the community that needs to be on their own to survive and that. Yeah, so then I think UNESCO just add another learning to become just that, to be transformational, to be sustainable, and also to be that person that actually contributes without demanding any returns as far as education is concerned. So we need to connect all the dots. Yeah, and when you talk about sustainable development, you need to connect all the 17 dots, right? And you can see how complicated this is. If we just take this community vitality, all the dots that needs to be connected. You cannot just connect one of poverty and you think you have done with it. No. Yeah. You cannot just take one until you've done. No. If you connect all the dots, then you can get this transformation. Otherwise, you are there at the level of service or the level of engagement. They are not be able to sustain and within themselves. Right. I just want to do very quickly what we have done using this model to transform into RIUM and the way we do community engagement. We are all very siloed at one point. Yeah, there are many challenges that need to be solved, but we cannot solve it by using the siloed model. So we change that. So we work on being integrated, interdisciplinary, and the kind of exams. There's no exams, in fact. Yeah, formative, summative, what they do in terms of project, the profile. Get rid of the exams, because the exams give you a different mindset altogether, right? And then we go to the committee, get it engaged or fully get it transformed. Some of them are in the mode of transformation, meaning to say that we can walk out and the committee can survive on their own. Yeah. And this is where the research comes in, the responsible research means we need to start off with them to start off with. We don't start in our lab and then tell them, we say, come, we want to do something, this is problem, how do you solve this? Let's do it together from day one until the end. That's what responsible research means. And then the solution and the actions are oriented to their needs. Yeah? And we need to move out from our comfort zone. And that comfort zone is the one that changes us into that person that we want to be, that complete person we talk about. And this is now documented in our academic framework called the Sejahtera Academic Framework. All right. So we are running away from just the KPI because Einstein says not everything can be counted counts. Not everything that counts can be counted. We are looking for anything that counts that cannot be counted. And these are about human values. Yeah? Nobody can count human values. We are not just talking about impact factor. We are talking about impact. More importantly than the factor. The factor can be 10. You've got the factor of 10. I will ask them, how do you then impact this outside? If you cannot answer, then your 10 means nothing to me. All right. So you may have an impact of 1, but you say this is how it transforms. Then your impact factor 1 is better than impact factor 10 because you have got, you know, some significant impact on the ground in real life, in real situation. All right. And this is where I think we move. When I say we got this the award, sustainability award, this is what it is. The whole institution changed. It's a whole institution transformation rather than one compartment, one department, or one person, something. The whole thing must come together. In other words, you have to connect the dots. Working together, working as a team, driven by certain set of values is important, something that we have tried in USM and it works very well. Yeah, and finally, then it will transform it into the society that we want to do by humanizing education. So education is about making you a better human being, contributing to a situation that needs your help, not about just marketability, getting jobs and getting well paid, but still the community is far from your mind, in fact, far from your heart. Yeah. Just to share you, this is a Sejahtera Academic Framework that is now being launched, and these are the mix of it. You have got the Makasih Syariah there, falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan there. You have the UNESCO value system there, and our own value system also inside there. All these are integrated into one, connecting the dots, as I mentioned to you, so that the entire student experience will be the one that converts that into what we call the Insan Sejahtera. Still in the making, but we are beginning seeing fruits now. Our students are beginning to appreciate this, and I hope this will be the next sort of area of change as far as community engagement and need education as such. Yeah? So we are asking all the time, where is the community needs? You've got all these nice sophisticated words, where is all these needs? Sometimes these words are not good enough because we don't have that human heart. We are still the human capital, the heartless soul, and the heartless education or the soulless education as well. So things needs to change. We need to move the things around. STEM is not good enough. STREAM, including religious values, ethical values, artistic values, management values, not just science and technology, engineering and maths. How do you make this a holistic thing, transdisciplinary, and making it into that insan sejahtera that we talked about? Economy, yes, but the eco part. The eco means the environment, the nature that you need to preserve rather than just ripping it off. Yeah. So hopefully that will be it, right? And hopefully also that we are able to now create a university that lives truly as a community engaged university with insan sejahtera as the kind of outcome of this. So thank you very much. Sorry if I take too much time to explain this, but certainly it's not an easy thing because it requires us to demonstrate. Otherwise, it becomes another rhetorical talk. You know, everybody talks about this, but what is the action on the ground? What is the evidence on the ground? We are not able to do it, then nobody will buy into this. So thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for living up to the ideals of community engagement. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum. Majlis merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada Yang Berbahagia Profesor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak di atas perkongsian sebentar tadi. Mungkin kita berikan ada lebihan masa lagi. Saya berikan ruang dan peluang kepada para peserta sekiranya yang mempunyai sebarang persoalan kepada Tan Sri. Untuk makluman Tan Sri juga, di ruang perbualan WebEx ini ada satu soalan. Mungkin Tan Sri boleh menjawab soalan yang diberikan.
Sila. Saya tak dapat ruang tu. Panjang ruang ni. Okay. Can you choose one, Fazila? Maybe you are familiar with it.
So far di ruang perbualan ada satu saja, Tan Sri.
Apa dia soalannya? Mana dia tu?
Thank you, Tan Sri, for a meaningful sharing with which I totally agree. My
Okay.
only question is, how do we reconcile the expectation of parents who want to see their child excel academically and the industry needs manpower? How do we tell them or change their mindset when they expect the university to deliver academic result only?
Yes, exactly. When I was an academic, maybe 50 years ago, when I joined in the University of Science Malaysia, I joined the University of Science Malaysia for a particular reason. I know in university, I will set up my own agenda. I will live my own ambition. I will do what I need to do without anybody telling me. That was a university then. Yeah. So one of the activities that we do every week, without fail, we will go to the kampung and run a tuition class. When I became the leader of the union, we in fact, the whole university becomes a tuition center. Tiap-tiap minggu kita entertain maybe 800 to 1,000 orang kampung datang ke universiti, duduk ke bilik kuliah kita dan kita mengajar di bahasa Inggeris, sains dan mathematics. I don't know, some of the old ones may remember. And I was then called the guru besar. Almost like a sekolah, you know. So every week they will come and we will teach them because we know if we don't teach them, then on Monday when they go to class, they still don't understand. And they get left behind far and further and further. Right? So in other words, we in the university needs to tell ourselves what is it that we need to do to work for the community. All right? And the role to teach is not just it's not just the student. Ini kalau kita jadi guru, kita tidak kata saya ni guru hanya untuk sekolah saja. Saya guru untuk semua. Saya guru kepada orang yang tak memahami ataupun tak mahu memahami. That is my challenge. In fact, that's the worst challenge. So when I meet with a minister, I will have to tell the minister, this is the right way of thinking. When I meet the KSU, I need to tell, this is what we are doing. Whether he disagree or agree, that's a different question. We can debate on it. Debate and dissent is also part of the university business. Yeah? When we meet the parents, we need to tell the parents. After the parents tengok anak dia mengalami satu benda yang dia dapat, yang sekarang ni dia tak ada. Semua everybody is good in technology, but they're not good in their own self. Yeah? Dulu misalnya when I was a youngsters, when my father look at me in one way, saya tahu something is wrong. I need to fix it. Apa yang tak kena ni? Bapa tengok saya ni, apa yang tak kena? Now when I look at my child, my daughter and my son, and say, tengok, dia kata, why are you looking at me? Dia tak dapat message that something is wrong. The subtleness is gone. Yang kata-kata ni orang Melayu berlapik ni dah tak ada. Lapik ni dah tak ke mana dah. We need to very, very blunt with them. I think these are our role as an academician to talk to the parents. This is when you go to the kampung, when the parents see you in the kampung, then the parents know what you are all about. You are not just in the aircon room giving lectures, but you're also down there to tell them what is life and how things needs to move. And they appreciate your role as a guru beyond just that, that names and that cliches and whatever that you are known for. You can advise them and they can also listen to you. You can have a discussion with them. And some of this discussion, actually, they have got the solution. It's just that they don't know how to put it. And they don't know where to bring this. So we are become the conduit. Kita macam jadi wakil rakyat lah. Cakap, these are the solution. Jumpa DO, jumpa ni and stuff like that. That is our role. But are we playing that role now? I don't think so. Because it's not part of our KPI. The KPI doesn't say how many parents have you engaged this week. I don't think part of our KPI is that way. Or KPI say, how many industry captains have you talked today? That is a KPI. So we are constrained by the things that we are told to do without us wanting to do what we want to do. I think that's the first thing that must go. That's the first thing that you must change. Otherwise, this community engagement becomes another, nice thing on the shelf, but nothing will happen in the long run. Ini nasib the Vice Chancellor is interested in community engagement. Kalau the Vice Chancellor is not interested, dia kata this is a waste of time. I want to do something else. Let's build a rocket to the moon. Yeah, we can get better mileage. There are more journals that we can cover and stuff like that. Yeah, you can go to the moon. Hantarlah 2 orang duduk to the moon. What about the millions in the ground? Who cares? So these are issues that I think you need to surface. These are issues that you need to talk about. These are the issues that you need to begin to articulate if you want to really work on community engagement. A lot of sacrifices, a lot of work to be done, and therefore I think the role is ours. Kalau kita tak buat, we failed. We fail, and it's easy as that. We fail to deliver what we're supposed to deliver. And for your young generation, they will curse you. Yeah. Jadi nak Chancellor 11 tahun di USM, apa buatnya? Yeah. Tambah gemuk adalah motorkarnya tambah baru. All those things that they nampak from the outside, internally they don't see you change at all. I think that's the price that you need to pay. You need to think about it very hard before we move on. Is that okay, Fazila?
Okey, Datuk. Tan Sri. Okey, baik. Di sini ada 2 soalan lagi di ruang perbualan. Jadi saya bacakan yang pertama ni. Thank you for the sample sharing, Tan Sri Datuk. I feel my contribution to the society was too small. How to start to do better? Silakan, Tan Sri.
To learn from them. I think I start from learning from them. I start by saying that I don't know much about you. I mean, macam kita pergi UK lah. Bila kita pergi UK, we don't want to teach them. We want to learn from them. When you go to the kampung orang asli, you want to learn from them. You don't go there and say, I've got the solution and this is how you're going to do it. Yeah. So by humbly submitting that you do not know, you want to learn from them, then suddenly you probably learn more than things. Betul, ambil kercang tu sikit, ada kercang di bawah tu. This is what I suddenly learn from the orang asli punya apa tu? Punya way of life. Yeah. Dia boleh masak nasi dengan gunakan 1 daun, and that nasi will last for 3 days without basi. Kita masak nasi, setengah hari dah basi. Dia tidak. Because they want to travel, they want to masak, they cannot stop and masak all the time. Dia gunakan 1 daun, dia bungkus, dia masak, dan dia bawa 3 hari dia boleh makan tanpa basi. Now, where do you get this knowledge? If you go there, you can say that this is how I cook my rice. Bawa lah kita punya cooker, nak electricity pun tak ada. Yeah. And I want to tell you a story. Maybe Prof. Asmah will come on board. But this is a true story that Asmah was my deputy, a fantastic deputy on research. Yeah. And she came to me one day and kata, I've done what you call a typhoid vaccine. Asmah, correct me if I'm wrong. But the typhoid vaccine dulu, how many days? Dia kata, I can do this typhoid diagnosis in 5 days.
Diagnosis test.
Yeah, okay. Then we had a discussion. I say, then I asked her, if I bring this to the heart of Africa, will it solve the problem? Masma kata no, because no cold chain, no electricity, no things like that. Then the question tanya lagi, what are you interested in? Are you interested in saving human life, or are you interested in just commercialization? And she said, Alhamdulillah, she said, I am interested in saving life. But you got the commercialization, the conversation ends. So if you're interested in life, what else do you need to do? So can you go back and find out whether you can get rid of this cold chain and stuff like that, you know? And certainly being the able researcher, they came back and said, I've done this. I don't need this cold chain and stuff like that. You do the PCR, yeah, Asmahaya. Is it PCR is the word?
No,
Yeah.
test.
I remember the pregnancy testing. You pakai deep stick and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So now they kata I can solve this typhoid thing in 10 minutes or 15 minutes, something like that. Not even 5 days. But she has got a problem. What's the problem? They kata, I want to be a professor, but I need to bring, 3 million into the coffer before I can apply for a professor. That's the level that USM adopt at that time. I cannot get this 3 million by just doing this PCR thing. And that's where I think we stop and say, look, how can I accommodate you? So I say, okay, for you, we change the rule of the game. For you, we will ask how many lives do you save, not how much money you bring. Right? And we agreed on that. And for Asma is how much life. And Alhamdulillah, I think your typhoid kit was taken by WHO. It was used, I think, around the world, 12 countries or something like that. And she says more lives than anybody else I can imagine. And one life, katalah one life, 3 billion lah kata ya. How many billion dia dah bawa lah? She can buy the whole university with that money. Not the 3 million, the crumbs that we talked about. This is how I think we should be thinking. Tapi kalau kita bisa stereotype ideas, this is the only one that works. Why? Because Harvard does it. Why? Because Oxford does this way. And we have nothing to contribute. Then we are doomed. We are dead. Yeah? Community engagement or no community engagement. We are just not the university that we are supposed to do, and supposed to be. Okay, I want to show you the kercang. This is the kercang that I was talking about. Ada 18 ni. Dia ada tali ni. And I'm supposed to take this tali out in 3 steps. And give me Professor Emeritus to do these 3 steps. I cannot do it, man. I feel like surrendering back my emeritus professorship. Dia panggil anak dia 6 tahun, dia buat 3 minutes dah habis. You know, kalau anaknya tu pandai bercakap, agaknya perah lah profesor ni katanya. Dan kali bendu dia. And they got 18 of this. I mean, I think I want to sell a cap kalau Datuk Nasruddin for the new VC, boleh suruh dia solve ni tak? Kalau dia boleh solve 18 ni, dia jadi VC. Kalau tidak, dia tak boleh lah. You know? Ini orang asli punya standard ni, bukan kita punya standard. Ini not Harvard. A Harvard professor pun, I don't think they can do this, man. So this is a wisdom that we need to understand is in that indigenous community, that we look down upon, thinking they're uncivilized, and therefore we do a service for them. No, I'm sorry. You need to be humble enough to walk the talk, and then I think you learn from there, inshallah. So Asma is ready. I don't want to take her time. I can see ideas bubbling from her head. So thank you very much, USM. I'm part of USM. I still some kadang-kadang tersasul cakap USM, orang UAE marah. But yeah, we want to work together. And now another USM guy there also. So inshallah, thank you very much for the invitation. We are open to any sort of a collaboration that we can work together for the sake of the community and certainly for the sake of the country, inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak Tan Sri. Mungkin Tuan Syed ada sedikit yang mungkin disampaikan kepada Tan Sri. Saya persilakan.
Okay, Tan Sri, thank you very much. I just would like to express my sincere gratitude to you for a very insightful and excellent sharing of information. All right, I think it is good to learn from the guru of CE. I think as far as we are concerned, all right, so you are one of the best CE guru in Malaysia. So thank you very much, Tan Sri, and I hope you will continue to support us in the future. Thank you very much, Tan Sri.
Thank you, Syed. I still remember the horse carriage that we ride together. So
glad that you remember.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum. Take care. Have a nice time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Warahmatullahi
Thank you.
wabarakatuh. Sekali lagi Majlis merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada Yang Berbahagia Profesor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak di atas perkongsian sebentar tadi. Sebagai tanda penghargaan dan terima kasih daripada pihak urus setiap program, sedikit cenderamata akan diberikan kepada Yang Berbahagia Profesor sebagai tanda terima kasih dan juga mendoakan semoga jalanan kerjasama ini dapat diteruskan lagi di masa akan datang. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, seterusnya majlis menjemput panel kita yang kedua. Beliau merupakan wanita yang digelar sebagai Woman of Many Firsts. Selain daripada menjadi Naib Chancellor wanita yang pertama di Universiti Sains Islam Malaysia dan Universiti Sains Malaysia, USIM dan USM, beliau juga merupakan Ketua Pengarah Wanita yang pertama di bawah Kementerian Pendidikan Tinggi, Presiden wanita yang pertama untuk Akademi Sains Malaysia dan beliau juga merupakan Ketua Pengurusi Wanita yang pertama bagi Agensi Kelayakan Malaysia MQA. Jawatan terkini beliau merupakan Ibnu Sina C untuk bidang perubatan di Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia. Antara pencapaian dan impak hasil daripada kajian yang dibuat oleh beliau adalah termasuk mencapai 16 paten dan dikomersialkan di seluruh dunia, iaitu the Rapid Diagnostic Test untuk typhoid yang dinamakan sebagai typhoid. Maafkan saya. So, typhoid juga mendapat perhatian dan disarankan oleh WHO. Pencapaian beliau telah memenangi banyak anugerah dan pengiktirafan di peringkat nasional dan juga antarabangsa. Sehingga kini beliau tidak pernah berhenti berkongsi ilmu dan telah menghadirkan diri dengan sebagai speaker lebih daripada 400 ceramah jemputan dan lebih daripada 50 ucap tama di peringkat nasional maupun antarabangsa. Beliau tidak lain dan tidak bukan adalah Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail. Untuk itu, majlis dengan penuh takzimnya mempersilakan beliau untuk sesi perkongsian.
Okey. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Selamat pagi saya ucapkan pada Profesor Datuk Nasaruddin, Pengarah AKAP, Profesor Emeritus Tan Sri Zul for the excellent talk yang sekarang menjadi Naib Chancellor saya di IUM, dan juga kepada Tuan Syed dan semua Tuan Syed yang menjadi coordinator for laser dan semua participants dalam laser. Thank you so much for joining this particular webinar, because that means that in your heart of hearts you really want to make a difference. So and I have to say thank you to Tan Sri Zul for explaining the concept of leadership in community engagement. And as we listen to Tan Sri Zul, I'm sure it's all insightful, and I'm sure that you are all, inspired and all that. And then you sit back and you say, OMG, how am I going to do this tomorrow as a lecturer in my university? Because my university is clouded with a lot of governance, a lot of policies, a lot of the things that Tan Sri Zul is talking about as the factory. And you want to make a difference, but essentially you are just a small part or a small cog in the wheel. So how are you going to make that difference, and how within the context of you yourself, right, as a lecturer, as an academic, how you can now make a difference. So I hope, I'm a practical person. I listen to a lot of views and a lot of vision, but I'm the kind who take that vision and how now do you put it into implementation mode, because I think that's very important to now share of how to make that difference. Okay, let me share my slides and see whether this is working. Okay. Technical team, okay. Nampak apa Fazila?
Nampak Datuk?
Okay. All right. So my topic is backed into research, translational research, the strategic thrust of community engagement. So let's see how much we can learn from here. And sorry. Okay. Basically, this is what I'll be covering today, the history of university, some of the lessons learned from COVID, and what is community engagement and why do we need to do this, and where is higher education going in the future, and why community engagement is now very much relevant in higher education, especially in meeting the 21st century challenges. And then I'm going to talk about translational research and how that's going to impact the community. Okay. Let me talk about the history of the university. All right, universities, I think, have a long time been expected to do a lot of teaching, research, and service to the community. This is way back when, right? And we have Taxila, the oldest university in Pakistan, that has the motto "Service to Humanity," and this basically is adopted as part of the university community engagement since the 7th century. As Tan Sri Zul was saying, there's a lot of things that we think is new, actually is not new at all. It's been there, and that's why sometimes he used the word renewed norms, right? And rather than we just calling the new norms, right? So throughout history, university community relationship is in place due to religious missions, but later in the 17th century, it shifted focus to community and nation building. And but that was the 17th century. But by the 20th century, the idea gave way to being private sector led. And the survival of universities now require the adoption of profit-oriented business model, which emphasizes on efficiency, on innovation, and on quality. And then this is the thing that we are now faced with, right? And when that happens, the university begin to downplay their role as catalysts for social reformation or community transformation. By the 21st century, change is inevitable, and now we have the disruptive technologies, we have climate change, we have economic crisis, we have globalization, we have pandemics, and all these other challenges of the 21st century, all hitting us at one time. And we now have, of course, with the digitalization, the emergence of knowledge-based society, the roles of universities now as a driver of economic and social development has resurfaced. So this is why, ladies and gentlemen, now that we face with COVID and we say, how are we going to go about post-COVID? How are we going to be resilient? How are we going to make sure that all these challenges that we're going to face is not going to go away? They're going to be here for as long as human beings continue to be the cause of all this, Anthropocene, as was being mentioned. So we now say that the roles of the university as the driver for economic and social development now need to resurface. So universities are now seen as key players in social development and transformation to ensure resilience when we are going to be facing with future pandemics or other future disruptions post-COVID-19. And research showing impact. So before, you were doing a lot of academic impact where the research, because of this ranking game that we are into, we want to be, our KPI is always to publish in Q1, Q2 with impact factor, etc. That is what we've been aiming for. But right now, research in the landscape of research, RDCIE, as we now link with the national STI policy of the country, now that we link all research now to economic development, maknanya we have now to be able to create impact, no longer about just output, but now we have to create impact. That means we have to go beyond academia. So this is now showing why a research trend is all about, and therefore research need to go now and not stop only at fundamental. It has to now to go and move the value chain to now translational in order to benefit the industry and also society, right? And basically the lessons learned from COVID-19 boldly states that science and technology alone will not be enough to solve global health problem. And that's why Tan Sri was using the word STEAM or stream or whatever. There are new words that now comes in, right? So, but basically it's understood. The thing is, it is understood now that science and technology alone is not enough to solve the global problem. We now need to come to an era of convergence of knowledge. That means now multidisciplinary and the melting of discipline, which we call transdisciplinary. So we need now a strategic and systematic integration of the science, technology, arts, and humanities, along with innovation, along with entrepreneurial and global mindset, to adequately meet the challenges of the 21st century. So this now, there's a change with COVID. Some of the things that COVID has taught us is that this is now the era of collaboration and the era of sharing of information, and the data that we obtain from research should now be made available to all via open access. So now we are talking about sharing of information. That is now the aim, no longer about keeping it in your pocket as your trump card. So the sharing of information include our research work not only needs to be published in peer-reviewed journals. This is our KPI, but now with social transformation, there is a requirement for our academics also to now write about what is technical, but make it simpler so that it is now understood by the public, so that become now engaged. So we want to now create public awareness about some of the things that we are doing. When the public begin to understand some of the scientific things that we are doing or the research that we are doing, only then can we elicit whole societal approach in providing and implementing the solution. So right now we are talking about not only whole government approach, we can no longer afford to work in silo, we also need to have a whole societal approach, because as you know, the solution for COVID has to be whole government and whole societal approach. It cannot be just by the scientists or you know, you say vaccine is enough. No, you have to make people understand why there is a need for this vaccine. So this also includes, therefore, the translation of our published works into various languages to ensure inclusivity of the knowledge generator. And this is something we have forgotten, because we think that everything we do, we need to publish in English. Because that's how we get into Q1, Q2. And when our mind is now honed into that, this is where we sometimes forget that we have other responsibilities, other amanah, as we say, to our academics. We have the responsibility of course to the society as well. And this is what we mean, that if we now think about the SDG, we think about inclusivity, that inclusivity also include publication of our works in other language, because not everybody understand English, right? So we need to also now publish our works in various languages to ensure inclusivity of the knowledge generated. So this is why I would like to encourage Tuan Syed and the BGIM team, and of course APUSEN, Asia Pacific Community Engagement Network, to also now, whatever bulletin that we have, can we also publish that in the different languages, so that it can now be distributed to the various more than 90 countries that is involved in APUSEN can also benefit from the things that is done under community engagement. So in bottom line, we can no longer work in silo. So there is a need, therefore, for integration of knowledge from the various disciplines, and interplay of the sciences and the non-sciences need to be there. This is not the time to separate. I'm fundamental. I'm doing applied. I'm doing applied. I'm not a fundamental. No, the knowledge is in a continuum. And the same thing now. This is not the time to say, this is where science needs to come in, and this is where arts needs to come in, or humanities needs to come in. Now everything has to work together. So research can no longer stop at publication. It needs now to move across the entire value chain, and the research needs to now create impact. And to create impact, this is another problem. You are used to the word ROI, return of investment. What Tan Sri has talked to you about my story is actually return of value. So you don't have to ask all the time, where is the ROI? You can also ask, what is the ROV? So when we are doing things, sometimes we get both ROI and ROV when we are doing, especially community engagement. So the research performed has to move from fundamental to translational, to benefit the community. And I have to say here, we also need to benefit the industry, all right? And in short, what we want to say here is that knowledge creation must also now be for public good, right? And post-COVID, not only do we collaborate, not only do we share information, we also need to work in an integrated and collaborative ecosystem. This is the key buzzword now. collaboration, right? So we need to work in a collaborative ecosystem, and as I said, no longer in silos, and the solutions offered must be whole government approach and whole societal approach. And we have to work together to solve the problem for humanity, and not about how each discipline, whether the science, whether the medicine people can do it, or the allied health can do it, or is it the physics, or is it the chemistry, or is it the engineering. So it's not about how each discipline now can provide the solution. So basically, complex global issues, therefore, require a collaborative ecosystem to actually connect the dots and actually provide the solution that can create a sustainable change. And this is where I say, creating change alone is not enough. I think you need to now ask the question, can you create a sustainable change in society? So solutions, therefore, must be discussed in the quadruple helix. Today, Tan Sri was talking about you having to have the discussion with the community. To have the discussion with the community is okay, but that is a must, but you also need to have a discussion with the quadruple helix, because to make now that innovation, as I'm going to talk about today, translational research, to make that happen, to make that into reality, you need to have the policymakers in there, you need to have the politicians in there, you need to have the NGOs in there, you need to have the other government agencies, so you need to have multidisciplinary from the academia. So you need all these people, quadruple helix and the industry, to be there to now be able to create the kind of innovation that can now help the community. So to create, and once you create that innovation, you need to, of course, to do that innovation, you need to discuss this with the community, because that's the only way that if the solution is accepted, then only you can create a sustainable change. But you must include the community in the implementation, not you say, okay, everything is there, I'm going to bring the solution, I'm the one who's going to implement that solution. So basically, it has to be also involve the community in the implementation. Only then can you get the buy-in. So to create the sustainable change, we need to move research, as I said, across the value chain from fundamental to translational, but this time with impact. And to create impact, this is what I want to say here. The research that is done has got to be people-centric, or you can call it human-centric, you can call it people-led, whatever, but the center of the discussion in the experimental design of the research must be humans in the center, not technology in the center. So I will elaborate further on this. So talking about higher education and the relevancy of community engagement, how would UNESCO had asked this question, how would you like higher education to be in 2050? And in the study by UNESCO, the key messages of the futures of higher education, as said in the Think Higher and Beyond, of which Tan Sri is involved as a Malaysian representative, the statements speak of university needs to be taking active responsibility for our common humanity, for promoting well-being and sustainability, drawing strength from intercultural and epistemic diversity, and upholding and creating interconnectedness at the multiple levels. So in short, what we are saying is that this is UNESCO saying for the future of higher education in 2050, these are the things that we need. But I also need to emphasize here that the Malaysian Higher Education Blueprint had all the elements as well as outlined by UNESCO today. As Tan Sri said, Falsafah Pendidikan Negara also have all this imbibe, whatever UNESCO has to say is imbibe in the blueprint, which is meant to address higher education to be still valid for up to 2030. So we are saying also, because there is also a need to change in the kind of students that we want to nurture. So the higher education blueprint is also saying all the things that UNESCO is now saying. There's also a need that this is our problem, right? We as Tan Sri said lah, Falsafah Pendidikan Negara we have, but did we do it? This is the next problem. Malaysian Higher Education Blueprint we have. Did we understand it? Did we implement it well? This is another problem. So the problem with Malaysia is that very good in creating blueprints and all that, but we are lousy as far as implementation is concerned, because there was no engagement, very good engagement, and then it doesn't cascade down. And then as you change vice chancellors, you change TNCs, right, they also have not been educated into this kind of thinking, and they think that whatever they want to do now has to be something new, but it's not new. It is already there. It's a matter of whether you understand this or not. And in short, tomorrow is about creating university for public good. So it's the creation of university that is actively engaged. This is what UNESCO is saying, with the life and problems of its community, society, environment. So as soon as you see these words, you know already community engagement is definitely going to be relevant. So, but this is another word that you need to now see, that the university must be values-based, and that it will use its knowledge to provide solutions for public good to ensure a sustainable tomorrow. And steps towards creation of such university is there, have been in place in Malaysia, like the Apex University at USM, and of course with Tan Sri Zul there, the IIUM is also another university in its own mold, creating towards this values base. But with the advent of global economic crisis, however, we begin to see income generation or neoliberal entrepreneurial universities now as a dominant move among the public universities. So this is the concern, that the drive to move public university to generate basically income for survival, in essence, will enhance inequalities again and reduce the sense of public purpose. Why? Because the reason why we have public university is to allow for very good students who cannot afford a private education to be here in the university. So this is where we want to be able to do that. If we now are starting to charge students coming into the public university, then it's going to create a very blurred line between public and private university now. So if we are not careful, the students may just see the university as a place to gain career-related skills, or what we call employability and credentials, and therefore no longer a place to seek truth, and also the place that will now hopefully shape the minds of the future. So to basically, what we want to say is that at the end of the day, we need to nurture, we need to have nation builders. That is what university is all about. But we want to nurture a balanced nation builder that is values-based. That means values-based education becomes now a very essential thing to have, to balance between knowledge and character of the individual, or whatever Tan Sri called, to create a complete person. As I quote Tan Sri here, higher education prepares learners not only for livelihood, but also for life. So that is a very deep meaning that needs more understanding. So in short, with the higher education blueprint, the future requires our students to be flexible, to be adaptable to 21st century challenges, right? These the key words, to be flexible, to be adaptable, but also to have a global mindset, because yes, Tan Sri is talking about nurturing the insight, the spiritual being of a human being, but we also want to make sure that whatever we nurture is also having a global mindset, because today is not only about Malaysia, it's about how Malaysia now fits into the whole world ecosystem. So to have a global mindset and be a global citizen, but without losing our national identity, right? As we have seen, sometimes we become more British than the British, you know. So this is where we need to now make sure a national identity is there. So in short, we would require our student to be intercultural competent, because here we are living in Malaysia. Of course, with the multiracial, we need to have intercultural competency. And this is sometimes we lack, because the Malays will stay with the Malays, so polarization is happening. So we need to break that, right? And in the community, you have also where the multiracial students are going into the community, intercultural competency is now inculcated. And when you now start to have 100 countries coming to the universities, like the foreign students, right, representing 100 countries. I mean, the universities go rah, rah, rah about how many countries of foreign students that they have in the university, but do the Malaysians the local students understand the culture of all these foreign students, or they just don't mix. So when we have, what is the use of having 100 countries in your university campus, but you don't even interact with them? So this is where we say now there is a need for intercultural competency to be happening. And of course, the student need to become a problem solver with critical thinking, with great communication skills. This is very important. And they need to learn to respect and understand other races and nationalities. And this is why I say I don't quite advocate the word tolerate. The word tolerate means I tolerate you. Then tomorrow when I don't tolerate you, I get very angry with you. But if you now go into the concept of respect and understanding, then with the other races, then it's not a matter of tolerance. Then when we have that, it is important to have unity in diversity. This is very important for nation building, and for very important if we want now to be part of the collaborative economy. So in short, we want to have values in our higher education, and we nurture the future generation. We want to have unity in diversity. We want also to have a global citizen with upward mindset and balance between knowledge and character. So if we want all this, how do we expect the student to learn about all these values that you're talking about? Because most of these things are intangible. So how do you expect them to learn? And this is where we have the Malaysian Higher Education Blueprint 2015 to 2025, because we first ask what kind of future generation do we want? And we say we want learned, values-based talent that is holistic, entrepreneurial, knowledgeable, balanced, yet relevant to meet the 21st century challenges, and balance between knowledge and character. And we have about 10 shifts to support all that, right? With each one. But the most important among all this is shift one, that is the creation of the holistic, entrepreneurial, and balanced graduate, all right? Because that is the essence of the future generation. And we believe in the higher education blueprint that education is about humanizing the student, and we want our education system to actually move from training of human capital to nurturing of a human being or talent. And this is where sometimes it's very difficult, you know, when you buat modules, you say you want to train people to become familiar with your modules. Actually, human beings are not dogs, so we don't train human beings, we nurture them to make them understand. So these words that academics are now using is also very important in what is your thinking about all this about. And that is why in the blueprint, in the higher education blueprint, which I co-helm when I was a DG, is to remove all words concerning human capital. There is no human capital in the blueprint. We use the word talent, ataupun human being, ataupun bakat. So we don't use human capital. I get very upset when I see policies from Academy of Sciences that still use human capital, and I would change that to now human being. And I hope that the pegawai-pegawai that is listening or academics who are preparing speeches for your leaders, right, to also refrain from using the word human capital and use the word talent ataupun insan. So the Malaysian higher education blueprint imbibes also the spirit of the falsafah pendidikan negara, with the exception of the word sejahtera being stated there, or as a complete person. The concept of a complete person is also there in the higher education blueprint. And in fact, we wanted to go one step forward. How do you measure this? And we say that if we are nurturing a human being, then it's not about CGPA alone. It is about the human being, right? The communication skill, the leadership, the all the other abilities, the intangibles, the values, the attitudes, all these need to be measured as well as a complete human being. So that's why we have integrated CGPA. And this is going to be the first in the world. Actually, it is there already in the blueprint, and it will be the first in the world, except that we have politics that now influence all this kind of thinking. And yet in UNESCO, when I was presenting integrated CGPA in the UNESCO meeting in Paris, everybody was looking forward to have this, because they are saying this is the kind that we want to move forward. Because the student may not be a very good CGPA, but they punya other attributes and attitudes are very important. The question that we want to ask is that, is CGPA of 4.0 guarantee you that the person is a good human being? So if CGPA 4.0 states that, then that's fine, but essentially it's not. You know, you want to be able to say this person has a CGPA of 4.0, but it is a individual that is also hebat, yang fulfill all the requirements of a complete person. So this is what we want, and that's what we want to do from semester 1, the day the student comes in, and how now we turn the student from zero to hero. That's what we wanted to do. But of course, this is leceh because it creates a lot of work to the lecturers in designing, because this will influence your KPI, your inability to publish. It will take away the time for the student to now do for your research and for your promotion. So when that happens now, of course, you put amanah on the sideline, and now concentrate about publication, and as a result, integrated CGPA when Dr. Mazli came in was shelved. So this when politics with the understanding takes over, this is where I think the future of higher education, when we want to say learning to be the 4 pillars of UNESCO, would easily have been solved by the integrated CGPA. And we even made a rubric on it so that you can, and it's all designed by our Malaysian professors. No interference from the outside. And we also wanted entrepreneurial mindset, not to make everybody to become an entrepreneur, but having an entrepreneurial mindset is training the student to have critical thinking, problem solving with humans in the center. What is wrong with that? That is community engagement. So this is where, again, kalau concepts there are not being understood, and this is where I call upon ACAP to do the job of actually training these potential leaders to understand first about what is happening in the country before they just continue to do their job, right? And dalam that, we already say that the classroom alone is not enough. It has to be experiential learning or service learning to create this shift one human being that we wanted, a complete person. So and with the industry, we have the CO faculty. But when we talk about employability, we always worry about, because we worry our anak have to be a job seeker. That's why you asked the question just now, parent wants to make sure their anak have a job. But tomorrow is about gig economy. Even tomorrow, today is already about gig economy. And this no longer about, turning on the car, going out at 8 and then come back. Those are job seekers. All right, but now we want job creators. When we have people who are job creators, we don't have to worry about employability. So these are the kind of change in paradigm thinking that we need to have, and you need to understand as the academics as well. But we want them to be job creators that is with values. So in short, if you now ask the student, especially those graduates, never mind, mirror on the wall, ask yourself, all right, what do you remember most in your university, doing your PhD and so on? At the end of the day, what you remember most is 20% of what has been that you are now teaching, but the rest, what made you what you are, is the EQ, right? This is the intangibles that you learn from the university. You learn about the learning innovation skill, you learn about the digital, you learn about career and life skills. This is actually the one that actually shape you to what you are today. I mean, my training is in medical biotech. What the hell was I doing as a vice chancellor of University of USM, of USIM, and also as a DG of higher education? So this is like a mismatch, right? But the thing is, right, you got to be good first in your domain area of expertise, and then only you can come in as a leader in administration and whatnot. Because if you don't gain RESPCT from the professors, from the academic, you cannot essentially turn around and say, I want to lead you. All right. So this is the kind of things that we now see about higher education. And what at the end of the day, what we want the student to have is to have flexible, adaptable, and agile respond to change, and of course to become lifelong learners, right? So university education alone is not enough. So that's why we need community engagement. And basically one way to restore the universities to fulfill their social obligation, I told you, whether you like it or not, this neoliberal of creating income generation, it is not in the blueprint to create income generation. It is to create surplus. That means even up to 2035, the blueprint have already calculated and said that essentially the universities cannot be generating income, especially for public university. They should only maximum pun 40% saja, and that is in beyond 2035, not today. But sekarang ni kita semua kena generate income overnight, and this is what falters the true spirit of what the university is all about. So basically, one way that we can restore to fulfill the social obligation is and inculcate values among the student, among the staff, among the academics, besides doing volunteerism, basically is to undergo community engagement. That involves experiential learning, service learning by academics as well as by the students. Community engagement program actually bridges the researcher and the local community. They build sustainable partnership to ensure that research initiatives all meet the community's needs. And we know, I mean, the African proverb is there, it takes a whole village to raise a child. Basically, classroom learning is not enough. They need to learn now from a living lab, and that living lab is the community. So the researchers benefit essentially from community engagement by focusing on timely, responsive, culturally relevant research questions. This is where you get better research design when you start to now mix with the community rather than becoming desk-based researchers that baca literature review and then come up with the hypothesis that you or problem statement. Go down there to the ground and find out exactly what exactly does society really want. And while community members can directly influence this, right? Because it will now turn around how you're thinking, everything else, right? So community engagement actually provides support that ensure researchers to understand what are the health needs and some of the barriers of special population like kumpulan kelainan upaya, and actually work to facilitate new academic community partnership. And as such, the community engagement has developed a range of new strategies and approaches to engage diverse communities and actually facilitate meaningful academic community relationship. Because whether you like it or not, right, you cannot inculcate unity by theory, right? It has to be by experiential learning. And even though it should have started from the schools, but it's never too late because the university students are adults. They can now learn faster and better with community. So intercultural competency, intercultural communication skill are all very important. And here we are, we want to do Bahasa, we don't want to do English, we have problem with English, let alone having problem with French or Spanish or Japanese or Mandarin or Korea with all these 100 countries, or African language with all these 100. We don't even bother, we don't even ask the student to actually bother to learn about their culture or even their language or a little bit of something of me. This is the concept. We already have internationalization at home. Why are we not using it to the best that we can? All right, and to ensure intercultural competency. So university is also a global village, whether we like it or not, with all these multinationals coming into the university. These are where we have now, the university itself is a global village. And this is where we need to now make sure they have intercultural competency, not just in the lecture hall, but from the dorms all the way to the lecture hall, all the way to the projects that we do. So once the student, our Malaysian student, get to have intercultural competency, that will build them confidence at internationalization at home, and confidence to be now a global player when Malaysia also can become a global talent hub. So these are the kind of things that we need to have confidence, or what we call jati diri kebangsaan. So community engagement essentially is a big plus because it will offer the university the opportunity to inculcate the values and good citizenry in our future generation via volunteerism, experiential learning, or even service learning. And essentially, it will also restore social relevance and obligation to the society. And that means educating not just the student, also the staff. Academic staff, you know, as Tan Sri was saying, how do you go into the kampung? How do you behave? How do you dress? All this is very important to be received well by the kampung folks. So it reduces, and when we start to go in and we understand what is their needs, this is where now we provide solutions that is more meaningful, that is more purposeful, that will now create that sustainable change. And this is where we now say, okay, let's try to reduce the inequity divide by providing a meaningful solution to serve the marginalized or the bottom billion Indian, who makes up more than 2/3 essentially of the world's population. So community engagement basically embraces partnership guided by mutual respect among the partners concerned, actually to work in a collaborative manner. So this is where we want to stop using the word knowledge transfer. Knowledge transfer is about I having that knowledge, I'm cleverer than you, and I now say this is the best thing since sliced bread for you. So because I have done the research and I now say this is good for you. So basically this is no longer applicable. We want knowledge assimilation, so that if you want to create sustainable change, the community must use that idea, so that when the community use that idea, you come back to the community 2-3 years later, you will find that the community is still using that idea. So that means it's creating a sustainable change. And so what we want eventually is community transformation, or what we call knowledge for change. So I think USM is now under APUSEN, the hub for knowledge for change recognition given by UNESCO to us. I'm now IIUM. Okay, students from the various disciplines, basically science, technology, arts, humanities, all essentially will work together to now provide solution to the community. And that in essence is the community engagement. And therefore community engagement cannot be an elective, cannot be PM tepi. At the moment now, it depends on the university. Even I'm sure, even at USM, I'm not sure whether it is central part of the academic curriculum when it should be. When you do it as an elective or you do it as a PM tepi, then that means not every student will get the benefit of community engagement. So this is where you need to turn around, and because in the education blueprint dah lama diminta sejak 2015 that the universities put this as part and parcel of their academic curriculum, not as PM tepi and not as an elective. But the universities have not decided to do that as well. And that is, well, that's autonomy, right? But at the end of the day, if it is of benefit to the students, and this is the amanah that you need to do to nurture the future generation, I think that they need to be taken seriously. And when you do that, your research that you're doing will also now be creating an impact. So this is where we need to stop doing just community service. We need to be doing community engagement. This is a concept like was explained Bakti Siswa in USM, that where, you know, you pergi cat masjid lah, potong rumput and all that. And hello, that is where the welfare people are supposed to do. We are training the future generation of Malaysia to become a nation builder. To do that, they got to understand the rakyat. And that means to say they got to go down to the ground and learn from the community, because the community have got much to offer. And basically you can, the words of Lao Tse, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, but teach him how to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. So community engagement is about the universities. When we put it in the blueprint, it's about the universities going out there to now train the people how to use the fishing rod and not give the fish. You know, in Bakti Siswa, okay lah, you bawa beras, you bawa gula, you bawa all these things. But tomorrow you don't bring any of these things, the orang kampung will now what? They will be in hunger. But if you now train them to use the fishing rod, this is what this is all about. A change in the mindset of how we do community engagement. That's why we say engaging the community. Yeah? So therefore, as we perform community engagement also needs training. You know, as we concentrate on impact to the community, we need to also discuss about the concept itself. As I said before, we use knowledge transfer. And, you know, learning from the African, as what Tan Sri has showing, there's a lot of things that we can learn from the community. The community is very rich in their own knowledge. And this is what, ladies and gentlemen, I call upon you to have intellectual humility. This is very important to now say to yourself, hello, I'm not, you know, I can be a domain expert in my area, but I don't, you know, I don't have enough. I need to learn more. And this is intellectual humility. You need to undergo knowledge exchange. You need to co-learn and you need to co-create with the community. And when you co-create, when you first you co-learn, right? And when you co-learn with all the quadruple helix, then the quadruple helix come back to co-create, and then you put it and implement it together to create a sustainable change. So only then can we talk about providing solutions of impact or outcome, known now as knowledge for change. or what we call KRI, key result indicator or key rakyat indicator, whatever, instead of just simply KPI. And that's why I think when I was at USM, as the VC, I mainstream both KPI and KIP. So when we do that, we are going to create essentially, we also as an RU cannot be left far behind, but because again, nobody will talk to you about your ideas if you are not there as a university of good standing. So, but it is also important that we mainstream KIP because it is the intangibles that's going to make a difference. And that's why at USM, I advocated for a preferred university rather than to be the #1 university. So when you are preferred university, you can have many restaurants in the mall, but you always go to that particular restaurant because that's your preferred restaurant. So this is what we mean to say, what is the uniqueness that is there for each university that is going to make people continue to want to come to that university, continue to want to hire the graduates from the university, and continue and the alumni continue to be proud of the university. So this is the concept. So basically, with community engagement, we will want to bring back trust of the people to the university. We've been now asked to generate income. So the people are beginning to lack of trust with what a public university is all about. So universities therefore have a very important role to play in winning back the trust that has been lost. Yeah. So we need to collaborate and engage with the community by creating opportunities to work personally and to work directly with the community, to share the knowledge, to listen to their creative ideas, and to work together on projects that have practical application within the community. I think Dr. Zul, I'm glad that after my talk, Dr. Zulkifli will be explaining, and I think he does a lot of community engagement in order to bring the Kelulut, and as a result, created also a Sejahtera concept for the environment as well. And that I think is a very fantastic thing that Dr. Zulkifli is doing, and I think you need to learn from him as well. So I brought him also to UIA, or IIUM, to also bring the Kelulut over to IIUM. But what I'm trying to say here, even in my work on Typhidot, when I developed the diagnostic kit, it was meant for people of Malaysia, by Malaysians for Malaysia. And I realized that when I started to go to Indonesia, Philippines, all these other countries, the way people are doing things, the way people get typhoid is totally different. So, you know, I didn't know about the fact that in Indonesia, babies are getting typhoid, whereas in Malaysia, only school-going age is getting typhoid. Then when I went in and I found out why, I went to the community and I found out why, because the people in some of the communities are so poor that the mother doesn't have breast milk to feed the child, and therefore they will take contaminated water, mix it with banana, you know, and then that is the food that they feed to the child, to the baby, and basically the baby gets typhoid because of the contaminated water. So when I learned about that, I came back to the lab, and that's how I created Typhidot-M Mark II of the test, and that created another patent to now happen. And then I went to Brak village in Bangladesh, and I said, okay, I wanted to learn about the community, and I said, where's your clinic where they're doing the diagnostics? So she brought me to this hut, and then I realized it's a chicken rumah reban ayam, chicken rooster. So basically, because there's the patient with the hospital, and then I turn around this end, all the chickens are roosting on this end. And I said, where's the plug? There is no plug, there is no electricity. So this is where I say, OMG, you know, all my tests, my PCR, everything requires electricity. I said, this is no go. So then I come back to the lab again, and I created Mark III, Mark IV together with the typhoid team. And that's how we get the lateral dipstick test, and that's how we also develop PCR that no longer needs to use the PCR machine. So you see, there's a lot of things that you learn from when you start to go into the ground, and then you see the practicality of it, and then you say, okay, whatever you're doing now, you need to change. And this created a much better solution to the community. So, and you know, universities, we are so good at signing of MOUs and MOA as our symbol of collaboration. But at the end of the day, what is the outcome of that? So, so basically, again, when we start to do this, we need to also collaborate with the community to now have this engagement. And when we gain their trust, Only then can we help them regain and strengthen their self-confidence, their dignity, and hope along with the way, along the way, we also learn from them. So basically, in short, when you're performing community engagement, it's important that you listen, you look, you learn, right? So in order for the knowledge created to be relevant, it must involve a lot of listening. A lot of the times, pensyarah, dia suka elok, dia suka bercakap. So they're going to shut up once a while and actually listen and observe to what the community is actually telling you. And then tap into also, as you are doing this observation, I mean, we are all having PhDs, we should be smart, right? Our EQ should be as good as our IQ, right? So we should be able to see what is the talent that they have and probably now move that talent to cater for how now they can now be involved in the implementation of the projects as well. So then you seek evidence to support the observation, and it's of course followed by analysis of this evidence and open our doors and basically discuss. And this is where I say engaging the community, engaging the industry, engaging quadruple helix, all this will now forge a genuine partnership, because government agencies who's going to help the community also need to understand what is the problem on the ground. So this is where you now act as a catalyst to bring everybody together and implement the activities via experiential learning or service learning, including the postgraduate, including the undergraduate, whatever in the implementation, and undergo reflections. This is the other thing. You don't have to do exam all the while. Self-reflection, as what we do in YSS, the YSS program. Self-reflection. Every day the student will write, what did I learn from doing something like this? Now they are advocating self-reflection as also an assessment method that can be used rather than just exams. So these are some of the things that you need to now think about. Now, when we start to move to translational research, all right, translational research actually can help prevent the communities from sliding back into poverty, help countries meet current and anticipated workforce needs, and then find innovative solutions to pressing development problems, and can pave the way for more equitable development paradigm. So this is what the concept of what translational research can do. But the translational research that we do actually need to be performed with values, all right? Because if the right value is there to the research that we do, it will give us a sense of purpose and provide meaning to the research performed. I think the concept that Dr. Zulkifli will bring about today has the hybrid. I prefer the word hybrid here because, we also need to bring technology, but as long as the technology is centered to now helping and enhancing the human being, which is in the center or human-centric, then the solution becomes a better solution. So it will also guide us to ask the question, how can we make a difference today? All right. So when we design people-led or human-centric solution, basically you are focused on the people. The people is your target client, therefore you need to work from Z to A. That means work from your target client, what is it that they want, and then come back to the lab to redesign what exactly is the experimental and what is the problem statement. So all they need to come to be there, but you must work from Z to A. But unfortunately, most of our researchers and academics are working from A to Z. They get a problem statement, they do what is their solution, and etc., and how is the solution better than all that you are doing, but essentially you are doing it from A to Z. And that's why sometimes you commercialize, sometimes you don't, because whatever you're doing is not something what the society really wants. So this is very important, because you got to ask, what will this solution mean to someone tomorrow? All right, so it will guide us to be future oriented and essentially have tomorrow's mind today. So we need to actually move from output to outcome or impact, and this is where I have advocated in IIUM, and also IIUM is also now doing this, the concept of responsible research and innovation, and the same concept now is also in the policy of academic science to now have the future landscape of RDCIE as we move research together with creating economic impact to the society and to the country. You need to do the research in a responsible manner, and a responsible research and innovation is always discussion and engagement of in a collaborative manner, in an integrated with a multidiscipline, and always it is people-led or human, people-centric or human-centric. And to make the difference to humanity, essentially, we need to go back to basics, right? How now do we make a difference and generate knowledge that is beneficial? Of course, we say one way is to perform impactful research. But if we're doing that, you may ask now, are we not getting impact now? I mean, here we are as an RU, you're moving top 200, all the 5 RUs are top 200 universities of the world. Of course, you're going to ask the question, are we not creating impact now? But ladies and gentlemen, the impact that you are creating is called academic impact, because that is only about books and about journals, right? Q1, Q2, right? So as Tan Sri had said, we need to balance between impact and impact factor. So if you now want to create knowledge for a sustainable change in society and you want to make a difference, you need to go beyond academia, all right? So you need to show, not only do you need to go beyond academia, you need to say and show that it is with evidence. You have to demonstrate that it is actually working. That's what we mean by key result or outcome, rather than the process of doing it. So, and therefore you need to be action oriented. And one way that you can create an impact is to look at the SDGs. And that's why I think USM is also moving on the SDG. And this is how we show the mercy for all humankind. So of course, if you ask about impact in terms of research, there are 3 kinds of research impact that you always go through. One is called the academic impact, and that's the one that you've been doing all this while. The other one is called the socio-economic or practical impact, and this is the kind that I'm talking today about translational, about going there to the community and demonstrate contribution outside the area of academia. So the outcome can now be adopted, can be adapted, can be implemented, can be used, can be commercialized. So there are many things you can do with this innovation that you have now created, as long as it is human-centric. So like we have, what is it? It can be new teaching and learning method. It can be the usage of drones to help people in agriculture, all right, and or the usage of AI to actually turn around the halal supply chain. So there's many things that you can use in terms of making things to be human-centric, but using technology to enhance it. The third one is, of course, policy impact, and this impact on policy and decision-making for both the public and private sector. You can have, but it requires a long-term study, require collaborative effort, and require that you are in the position to be able to create the impact, to turn around. This has to be done at cabinet level to create now the impact on policy. So these are many things that you can do. But let me concentrate on socio-economic impact, which is the current one on community engagement. So to build the nation and a fast economic recovery post-COVID-19, it is imperative that we perform impactful research in the real world rather than simply within the academic community. As Mark Twain says, knowledge becomes wisdom only after it has been put to good use, right? So essentially, okay, that is Mark Twain. But if you look at what Prophet Muhammad is all saying, you know, being IIUM kena jadi ustazah sekarang. So when if you look at what Prophet Muhammad is now saying, that when a man dies, his acts come to an end except for 3: his sedekah, the production of beneficial knowledge, and a pious child who prays for him or for her. Basically, you know, as a lecturer, you have the benefit of all 3. Not everyone can turn knowledge into beneficial knowledge, but as an academic staff, you can. So therefore, use this opportunity to gain yourself a ticket to syurga, in the sense that you see that word, it says knowledge yang boleh dimanfaatkan oleh manusia, bukan knowledge creation for the journals. This has already been emphasized by even in our religion, and I'm sure in all other societies as well, all this is there. So that is why it's very important for us to get our head out of the sand and actually say, okay, where exactly is the amanah that needs to be done by the academic staff. So performance of impactful research is nothing new. You should have been doing this a long time ago, all right? But essentially you are tired, you are stuck with KPI, and you're producing all these papers that you can't pass the KPI to go to what is your real amanah, which is the knowledge that you have generated needs now to be benefiting the society. So the performance of impactful research is usually very complex, and interaction, like I said, you got to connect the dots, right? So it does a lot of it has to have a lot of patience on your side, and respect and understanding to now bring all this community together, especially with the quadruple helix, and to discuss what exactly is the problem. So the impact-driven research is best approach by a research cluster, not by individuals, but by working in a cluster comprising in that cluster of a junior, senior academic, and preferably of multidisciplinary and preferably multi-universities. Basically working with the quadruple helix approach and also with the international collaborators if they need to come in to provide some of the solution that is needed by that particular community. So basically, in short, it calls for an integrated and collaborative research approach. And when that happens, the grants that is now financing this kind of research tomorrow has also got to be a long-term grants between 3 to 5 years and not just a 2-year or 3-year grants. So this is where the university can also make its own policy to perform research with impact, and because only then can the university be the pulse of the nation. This is autonomy. This is where the university can decide. This is where the university can also decide that the promotion of its lecturers must now inculcate the ability to create impact to the community or creation of impactful research rather than just looking at the number of papers Q1, Q2 and all that, you know, other than academic impact to be balanced also with societal impact. After all, at the end of the day, it is the societal impact that is now expected of us, of the university, by the community, by the industry, and also by the government. So how do we do all that? And that is now to go beyond academia. And this is where community engagement becomes very important as part of this journey to create this impact. And therefore, that's why I say it has to be part of the academic curriculum, because that's what we involve the undergraduate. But if it is part and parcel of your research and innovation, this also will involve now the postgraduate, which is tomorrow's future CEOs. And future job creators, and you know, you cannot say innovation and entrepreneurial stop at the undergraduate, but the one who's going to be the future CEOs have no concept of entrepreneurial or even being sensitive to the community needs. So this is where I guess community engagement is a continuum. It shouldn't stop only at the undergraduate, but also the postgraduate need to learn about this. But when you perform the community engagement, we want the different ages within the community to also gain confidence in themselves. And this is why I say when you implement, you have to involve them, involve the community, because we want the community to have the vision that their future and their new outlook about what they can do to now make that difference. And because these ideas came from them and rooted in their lives, so they gain this sense that they have something to contribute back to their community and also to others. And this makes the buy-in that you need in order to now be able to get sustainable change in the society. So the society, the community will now learn that they can be part of the technological revolutions and then not left behind. So even if you're doing kelulut, if you're doing about something that can now turn around the way they do business, they will, however, feel that by the interaction they have with the academic, they will feel that they have been educated, they have, when you involve them in the project, they will feel that they have also been enabled and they have been empowered to now make a difference and control the destiny of their own community or village. So of course, you're going to ask the questions like, okay, how do I measure this, right? This is so leceh, you know, because they're so full of intangibles. How do I measure this? Because we have always been trained for ROI. We are looking for economic impact. How much money? Okay, before intervention, how much money per month they make? After intervention, how much money per month they make? So you start showing that off as the ROI. But essentially, look at the ROV. The ROV is about, do you see an understanding? Do you see enhanced understanding coming out from the community? Do you see an attitudinal change from the community? Do you see a cultural change or the way they make decisions, or the environmental change that has been created? So all these other indicators that is intangibles can also be looked into as saying that this is the ROV, return of value, that you get out of the innovations that have been done. Because I like to remind everyone that, as Einstein says, not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts. So this is where I think you need to have this balance when you want to go about with community engagement, because at the end of the day, the impact that we get from community engagement, as long as it is human-centric in the center, the impact is like you can get economic transformation. I mean, that's very easy to measure, and this is something that you will lot of and be able to tell everybody about this. But it also has the other benefit that it provides the experiential learning on values and character building, not only of the student, but also of the staff and also of academic staff. This is now more important, and this is the ROV that you need to see happening with community engagement, and the fact that your R&D will now be a much more impactful one because you're producing something that the community really needs. So all that is not just a rosy, it is still community engagement, making a sustainable change is still a bumpy ride. Do not expect that when you go in, things will be so hunky-dory, all right? Because sustainable solution, other issues and challenges in creating that, the must be, first of all, you have to make sure that your solution must be available, accessible, affordable, and appropriate to the culture. Appropriate to the culture, macam Tan Sri Zul kata lah, dia buat sitting toilets, right? At the end of the day, people do their business around the toilet because you never talk to them to find out that they like squatting. And that's why now, even when you do an innovation that makes sense everywhere else around the world, it may not make sense to that community. So you have to now discuss. And success to create sustainable change is usually hampered by issues that go beyond financial constraints. It's not about, do we have enough money to create the town hall for the community or something like that, but sometimes about politics, sometimes about a lot of other issues that come in as well. So you need to understand, you need the political will, and you need to experience and understanding the culture of the people, as has been said, to in order to create this sustainable change. And of course, to create that sustainable change, you also need to talk to the politicians. That's why in an engagement like this, you see everyone. So like if Dr. Zul wants to do this in Sabah, you still have to work with the people in Sabah, the ministers, the whatever, to now make sure the agencies involved to make sure that this can now happen in a much more sustainable way, right? So you also need to work with the locals to enable, educate, empower them so that the solutions implemented will be realized in its true potential. And the reality on the ground is that you also need to know some of the change, right? The responsiveness of the local needs, right? So make sure that the solution can be implemented without requiring extensive structural operational changes, because if you do that, that's usually will be close to being impractical and then become unrealistic, the solution that you are now offering. And of course, when you're doing all this, even though they don't have the background, you need to train the collaborators, you need to train the local folks to become your technicians, especially when you are working in a research limited setting. I'm showing to you here, this is the picture of the diagnostic being done for women in third trimester in the chicken coop that I was there in Brak in Bangladesh. So you can see there's the nurse, and you can see the diagnostic is just very rudimentary, and of course nowhere on that wall can you see a plug. So there is no electricity, nothing. So this is where, when you start to go down to the ground, you start to see what it's all about. Do not downgrade, see what they have, see what is within their capacity, then go back to the lab. And when we turn this around to the lateral dipstick, I do not downgrade them, because all they have to do is add water, and that things can now be shown positive or negative for typhoid within 15 minutes. So this is the kind of change that you need. You see their problems, you see how now best to provide the solution for them. And that solution is not only for Bright Village, that solution is for around the world. That's how the test gets to be sold to 18 countries around the world. So you collaborate with workers and community leaders from the area as well to come up with strategies and to learn about the possible barriers. So basically what, in short, I want to say, sustainable development and human capacity development actually need to go hand in hand. And before my last slide is to say that perhaps there is a need for us to re-engineer the way we approach research as well. So because if we start off by saying, okay, how do we do now R&I for SDG to turn around the 17 SDG? So we need to work in a collaborative manner from T0, all right? Not the way we've been doing, we develop everything, and then when we go to the community, we talk to the community. When we want to go to the industry, we talk to industry. Basically, no, everything that we need to do before we do the experimental design itself, has to be quadruple helix engagement. This is the change that we need to see, and you can decide whether you want to do a knowledge-driven one or demand-driven one for the industry or for the community. Is all there, but you need to work with the quadruple helix from day one, and basically this is where when you start doing that, you will be mainstreaming both KPI and KIP to move things around, and of course collaborating with respected mutual respect among the partners, especially when we are collaborating with the international partners. So these are some of the things that I can share in terms of moving translational research, because at the end of the day, I use the word enable, educate, empower the community basically to help themselves, because only then can the solutions to the needs of the people be realized in its true potential. So I must leave you by saying that, you know, change is inevitable, but that change must be with you, right? Because you yourself must be the change that you wish to see. So with that, I thank you very much for your time. Assalamualaikum. Right, back to you, Fazila.
Majlis merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail di atas perkongsian sebentar tadi. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, mungkin ada satu atau dua soalan yang boleh diberikan kepada Datuk. Saya persilakan. Baik Datuk, di ruang perbualan ini ada dua soalan yang telah diutarakan. Yang pertama, dia Datuk Asma, thank you very much for a very practical and significant sharing. May I ask, how do we reconcile this value-based education when the stakeholders, example KPT, require universities to ensure graduate employability as the main and key achievement? Silakan Datuk.
Yeah, basically, this is where I say what is the left hand doing and what is the right hand doing. Here is ACAP asking for values-based education, and at the same time, that is also the policy of the higher education blueprint to have values-based. But the KPI that came down to the Naib Chancellors also need to be relooked and reviewed. And this is where we say when we wanted job creators, then we were no longer talking about job employability. So this is some of the things I think need to be squared and rationalized currently. But nothing is wrong in also making sure that we nurture the students with values, because that will be the competitive edge that the student has. Not only is the student, even now the industry is asking for students with values, because it's not just about the technical skill. Hello, everybody's got technical skills, right? So if you have a CGPA of 4.0 all coming in for the interview, all of them are very good in their academic, but what's going to be the one that you want to hire will be the one that will be a very good nation builder and a potentially very good employee to the industry or to the employer. So that will be a student with that competitive edge of values. So this is where I'd say, rather than creating another Emron, we also want a much better companies of the future. And don't get me wrong, the survey done by Talent Corp has also shown that industries also now want graduates that are values-based. So having values will create that competitive edge, and that will also be the kind of competitive edge, because Malaysia is also exporting our talent. Our graduates are not just meant for us. Our graduates are going to Vietnam, going to Southeast Asia, going to Singapore. So the Malaysian graduates seem to be the ones that the people want to hire because of this plus that the graduates have. So I think, don't see things as black and white. See also the mainstreaming of KPI and KIP in Satu, we talk about employability, but how do you enhance that? By ensuring values is there with our students, and that make the student get a better chance of being employed, let's say, put that way.
Okey Datuk, soalan terakhir daripada Dr. Wendy daripada Universiti Melaya. Beliau juga bertanya, Datuk, can you share your insights on the difference between community engagement and SULAM, service learning, which universities are now asked to do? Silakan Datuk.
Basically, you can, under the concept of community engagement, stroke service learning. So essentially, we give the, in the blueprint, we give the student the choice to actually do service learning, which is actually maybe join the military, not military, pelapis and all that. So they can do that aspect in terms of service learning, where they also inculcate the values and attitudes and attributes, or they can do community engagement. So we give the stroke, that's why it's service learning or community experiential learning stroke service learning. Experiential learning can be by volunteerism, YSS, can be by community engagement, can be by service learning. So there are these leeways. It's not like a hard and fast rule. So I don't know, maybe it is unique only to UM or to others, but in the blueprint itself, we allow the flexibility for the student to make the choice. So, you know, you have a buffet menu so that, you know, as we say, it cannot be all size fits all, right? So we give that flexibility, but it should be part and parcel of the curriculum. When that happens, then the student will now be involved in either service or community engagement. But if you ask it to be an elective, then the student may never choose community engagement to be an elective at all. And that will be a sad day. That's what I'm trying to say, that this is very much relevant for 21st century challenge, because at the end of the day, when we face with VUCA, when we face with the crisis that we are now facing with COVID, it's not just the science, it is actually the intangibles, the shared values, the collaborative effort. All these are now what bring us together as part and parcel of societal approach that actually now is probably providing the solution to COVID. So it is the intangibles that is actually providing flexible, adaptable, agile response. So that because COVID is something that you have never had before. So whatever you want to do is going to be on trial and error. And that's where collaborative information is very important to make this MKN, to make that decision whether to open or to close, because we are all riding on a thin ice for economic benefit or health benefit. So all this, you have to see what COVID is teaching. It's teaching us many lessons that make us now need to learn, unlearn, relearn about the things that we are doing. So that would be the answer that I want to give. It has that the university has the flexibility to provide that kind of experience to the students.
Okey, baik. Terima kasih banyak, Datuk. Tuan Sek masih ada di sini ke? Saya persilakan Tuan Sek, mungkin ada sepatah dua kata yang boleh diberikan kepada Datuk Asma.
Well, what can I say? Okay. So I think everyone wants me to express appreciation for your inspiring presentation, Datuk. All right. And I must say, you have never failed to impress. And impressive and Datuk Asma go or jive well together. Right? Okay. I think your years of research, your depth of understanding of CE, and your ability to present CE in a very interesting way is very invaluable, Dato'. All right. I think we should sign an MOU or MOA between you and BGM to be our permanent guest speaker, keynote speaker every time we have a session, Dato'. All right. So once again, thank you for promoting CE. And I think it is an honor and privilege to have you with us all the while. Thank you very much, Dato'. All right.
Thank you very much.
And
keep
by
on
the way,
doing
you
a
look
job,
good today.
Thank you. Thank you for getting me to get up very early in the morning to be ready at 8:30. And thank you everyone.
Thank you very
so
much.
And all the best to all of you. Right.
Okey, baik. Terima kasih banyak Tuan
Thank
Sek.
you.
Majlis sekali lagi merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail di atas perkongsian sebentar tadi. Satu perkongsian saya anggap sangat luar biasa. Terima kasih banyak Bonda yang sangat saya kasihi dulu, kini dan selamanya. Baiklah, sebagai tanda penghargaan dan terima kasih daripada pihak bersedia program, sedikit cenderamata akan dikirikan terus kepada Datuk. Untuk itu, terima kasih banyak Datuk. Semoga jalinan kerjasama ini dapat kita teruskan lagi di masa akan datang. Terima kasih banyak, Datuk.
Thank you, Fazila. Thank you. Thank you, Tuan Syed. See you again. sometime.
Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, tanpa kita melengahkan masa, majlis kita teruskan lagi dengan sesi pengenalan dan perkongsian berkenaan program laser. Untuk itu, majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput yang berusaha Dr. Zulkifli Mustafa, pensyarah Pusat Pengajian Sains Perubatan Universiti Sains Malaysia, untuk beliau memberikan sesi perkenalan dan perkongsian program laser. Dengan penuh hormatnya, dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Boleh dengar suara? Yes, Fadilah.
Ya, Doktor, dengar.
Boleh.
Saya pun dalam, okey.
Okey. Terima kasih Fadilah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Faisal Rafiq, memerhatikan Chancellor Universiti Sains Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Nasruddin Muhammad, pengarah ACAD. Yang berbahagia Profesor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, and then yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail, and then Profesor Datuk Abraham Muhammad, Tuan Syed, dan dekan-dekan, timbalan dekan, Profesor, Dr. and laser community. So, boleh. Alright. Okay, so I'll be presenting the overview of these laser programs, but towards the end, I will integrate it with my insight on this CE as a researcher that actually utilized the CE model by BTM USM. And it is not only impact of my project, but more important is the ecosystem to create an impactful CE by design. Hope we could relate this model and journey with the talk by Tan Sri Zul and also Dr. Asma. I'm always inspired by both, and there is no argument anymore that these two scholars is the best role model to us. All right, to begin with, I would like to remind myself and all academia here regarding the roles of a scholar that exposed to us during the PNP workshop. And when we started our career as a lecturer, and I do believe that all universities have this PNP also. So our roles is not only to do what we are doing now as a scholar, but more important, we need to go out to inspire humanity. And surely we do it along with our current teaching, but without clear circle and border between our job description and our bigger purpose. The purpose will be diluted or overshadowed by our busy schedule. And I don't want to be a lecturer that actually read a textbook and say textbooks, and then I don't want to die as a worker. So I choose to separate these two so that I can bring out the wisdom and inspire humanity via my expertise. And most important, I need to highlight here also, doing a CE is not a single approach and immediately we change people. If it's so, there is no more poverty in the country. And if we look at the government program to empower our society, surely we don't have poverty in the country. But unfortunately, it's not. So we have a lot of devotees that we need to take care. And then we cannot follow the same method. Therefore, okay now. All right. Okay. So in fact, most of the project or works that we do under the CE are only workable when we are there during the project timeline. But later when we exit, everything just dismissed and then stop. And then most of the time we will stress out because of the same attitude in the target group. So, but in my experience, if we inspire them with a particular goal and innovation that bring out the best from them, they will change by themselves. We will see a continuity and extra effort come from the target community. And we have to show them where we are actually heading. So making a clear justification on the purpose is crucial in this CE project. And as academia, we have responsible as a generator of knowledge, dissemination of knowledge, and also translation of knowledge to industry and community. Excuse me, one slide not moving. Huh? All right, okay. So maybe just now the slide is not moving. So what I'm saying is we have to put a separate between this job and also the purpose of itself. Oh, I just don't want to be a lecturer, just do my job. But later when I die tomorrow, someone will actually just replace my position. So I put it in a totally different circle that I know my objective of life is to inspire humanity, right? So, for now, we have invested a lot in research. We publish good papers, and then we graduate students. We have a patents, but for the time being, why most of us actually reach the industry? It is because most of us actually tired here. We fail at the translation, and then we confine in this Menara Gading. And of course, if we talk about the KPI, we surely excellent with that, but yet not much change in our community and industry. We are still importing and depending a lot of food, for example, from other country. And then, sorry to say, after 40 years of DEB, we still unable to produce our own vaccine. So this is something that we need to relook into it. And this is why people cannot get the impact of our present, and because we actually lacking at the KIP, the key intangible performance. So understanding to this, we change the game. Instead of moving from academic world to the community or industry, we created the A model as a shared vision approach, where we put one goal and drive others to the same goal. Means we grow together with them. We are not directly changing the community, but we show them where to go and assist them with the technology. So when we grow together with the community, we as academia can be on both sides of to achieve the KPI as a lecturer, and at the same time contribute to society and have a lifelong learning bridge with a community. So we are still doing our fundamental research works, but our present also give impact to society. And our work means to solve our people problem. So this is the CE bridge, and it is not a one-way approach from the academia to community, but a continuous partnership towards a particular goal. This is how we lead a society. And major advantage when we work in the industry and a platform, lots more grant available, such as PPRN, KTP, and CIA, Translational Research Grant, Raju, and also industry grant with a bigger quantum as compared to common grants like FRGS. And so our program today is to explore the effective design and project management for our CE to be an impactful project. So, Alhamdulillah, following the CE model by Beijing USM, I secured more than 4 million ringgit within 3 years of CE via the CE project. And then this is not only a grant, I mean, almost every year since 2016. So, what is a CE? The community engagement refers to the process by which organizations and individuals build ongoing permanent relationship and apply a collaborative vision to benefit the community. And it encompass participation from the beginning by identifying issues and mobilizing relevant resources and strategy in improving the community towards change. The element of engagement, partnership, coalition, and sustainability are essential in ensuring community social functioning and well-being. And community engagement requires voluntary participation of all parties, which result in mutual beneficial exchange of knowledge and resources. And in simple words, good CE is not a touch and go project, right? So we use resources and expertise in university together with several partners to lead and inspire change in society. So in order to deliver this, we at DGIM USM designed a strategic model that could help us deliver this CE project. So today, the purpose of the workshop is to share our best practices using the 4-phase engagement model as a core for an effective CE program. And the objective is to facilitate higher education institutions to develop a focused strategic collaboration amongst all the stakeholders led by institutions of higher learning through a meaningful engagement for the transformation of society towards a better tomorrow. So, of course, we are not denying that everybody have their effective ways and in conducting a CE, and that is why we call it as a sharing our best practice. So, along the way, all participants can share their ideas and insight that possibly bring out the best for everyone. So the hallmark of this CE at USM involves 4 key points: the goal, the alliance, key components, and the monitoring. So I believe that the quadruple helix model is common to everyone and also highlighted by Prof. Datuk Asma just now. But the integration of all these component and key points make our model unique, particularly the monitoring part. So this element again avoid for the touch and go project and utilize our research output and leading to a particular destination. For example, in the entrepreneurship component, if the target community generate money, so the project will be lasting. But not all CE project is money making oriented, right? Right, so we will further explore in this workshop. So what is the 4-phase engagement model? Okay, it is a CE model that integrates the purpose of the project with holistic partnership towards leveraging on the shared value concept. So for the 4 steps are number 1 is the identifying the strategic alliance and establishing effective engagement, and then that involve all the quadruple helix component, including the community as a target group, the government agency, and also the industry, and as an industry partner. And from there, we identify viable project that suit to the target group. And then later, we will design and develop the plan to transfer idea into impactful outputs, and finally monitoring the CE to ensure that the project on the right pace. And sometimes during the monitoring, we identify a new needs for innovation in the project. So this is where we call for another researcher to tap in the project. And from my experience, this 4-phase engagement model will make sure our CE is well planned and able to mobilize several resources and holistic with the measurable output, and most important, sustainable as an impactful project. And in this workshop also, we expose our participants on these steps to understand and establishing the bonding between the institution with the community, where, of course, as Professor Dr. Asma mentioned just now, good CE is not always we as university know everything, right? So sometimes and most of the time, we also learn from the community, but we could have to improvise using the technology available in the university. And then we will also learn on several mechanisms in CE operation, and also the initiation of that could be a demand from a particular community. We call it as a demand driven, and if, for example, we as a university have a solution for particular problem, we call it as a value driven. And also we discover on the implementation framework, which help participants to associate the university and national policy and effective governance using platform within university, such as BGIM, and also managing particular project from starting until we exit the project. So here is the example of one our project. Number one is the Innovosi on the left side, where we transform the way local community produce their product, and then this is include improvement of their production and also the packaging. And then the second project, the second part on the right side, we bring the product that community produce to international market via this smart project, and this product now available reach to United States and United Kingdom, also China, Saudi, and also Japan. And then under Innovosi, for the time being, 284 participants involved and 19 products have been developed and innovate, which have increased up to 75% of community income. And the maps there show all areas involved in one single project. So usually people will ask me, and then how do we handle this? So, okay, inshallah, we will discover in this workshop. Yeah. All right. So, and then this is the smart project, and then where, as I mentioned just now, have to put the local product to penetrate international market, and current revenue for less than 6 months, we reach up to 400,000, and then with these 7 million grants, we expected that our ROI in 5 years to be close to 20 million. And then this is some of the product that we transform or we innovate, and that means the CE that we run is not only on the particular area, but we usually provide end-to-end solution. And of course, not all CE that we conduct or we handle is about making money, right? So our project also involves education. So, for example, the Empower and CR project for academic, where we also conduct activities including the need assessment, psychometric testing, Jawi, literacy, parenting workshop, and etc. So, even during the MCO, our project for the community engagement is still running. And then, as we can see here, with the allocation of 3 million, we bring up to 90% passing rate and improvement in scores, and also improvement in participation in the program. And as we can see also how the project also give opportunity for university students to involve in the project. But to be honest, looking at the achievement of all projects showed, we feel like, is it possible for us to do all that, right? So I would say that yes, we can if we have a good ecosystem. But first of all, we have to ask ourselves is why we do that particular project, right? So I share my insight here. One common question being asked is, how do you select a good CE project, right? So my instant answer is to look at your ikigai. Ikigai is a Japanese word, simply means a reason to live. Why do you do a particular things? Because you love to do it, or you are good at it, or the world need it, or you are paid for it, right? So most of people are now looking for CE because of the requirement for the KPI of our profession. So they just do the half-baked project or tangkap muat project, right? So the project is just nowhere, right? But as for me, I'm on a particular mission in life to uphold honey industry. It started during my PhD where I studied on the brain cancer, and unfortunately my dad diagnosed with cancer, and it is not responsive to chemotherapy. And when I look at the Quran, Allah said honey is a remedy. And then with full excitement, I go to the market. But when I want to buy it, I found it on the floor at Pasar Malam in the recycled bottle. Then that's the moment actually I know exactly what I want to do in life. So in one aspect, Allah put the honey at very high position in the Quran, but in another aspect, we put it on the floor at the night market. Then that's the moment I said, Allah help me, I want to uphold the honey industry untuk membenarkan ayat ini bahawa madu adalah penawar. So, in my big project, for many people, beekeeping is just a backyard activities, and bee just an insect, But as for me, I look at it as a pollinator, means living with bees will improve our environment and also food supplies. And a pollination by bees will increase up to 40% of our fruits. And then this will increase the yield of the fruit and the food supply. And during the foraging up to the collect nectar, the bees not only getting the nectar, but also do the pollination that give us the fruits. Then,
Yang tadi saya bukan ni.
and
Ada baru. Jadi saya
sorry. The pollination also gives a seed to the new tree that give us oxygen, filter our air, give us shade, and then also sustain our forest as a water catchment area and become home to our biodiversity, as the video showed, during the launching just now. And then the best part, the bee go back to their nest or hive, they create a honey that become our remedy. And then the bees not simply collect any nectar, right? So they collect nectar with the guidance of Allah, means they are the miniature extractor that collect resources from plant A, plant B, plant C with guidance of Allah and put it in the comb or in the pots that become medicine to us. But Allah said, to those who want to reflect. So this is very important, a lesson that we need to see here. But the honey project in USM is not new, and I'm not the pioneer one. So since from 2000 to 2010, USM received more than 7 million grant and published more than 120 journals on honey. But somehow we unable to commercialize the honey or use it in our hospital, right? So what is the problem? So we realized that no one actually working on the supply chain, and our honey have been sold as cheap product and handled without SOP. So we just brought with our research finding, but we buy honey from overseas. Whereas our biodiversity is the richest in the world. So the lesson that we learn here, we are too much in our lab. But the quality and supply chain gap is clear there. And this is actually the opportunity for CE project. So since that we started the reinventing honey quality project with a vision of re-engineering of a stingless bee industry to achieve full potential as the nation commodity driven by innovation. But even though we are prominent at the community project, we are still producing papers for our KPI. So I think this is a lot of same scenario actually happening in most university, where new lecturer or young lecturer keep looking for a new project, whereas they just need to pivot or maybe improvise with latest technology on the available research done by the seniors in the faculty, because the foundation is there, the paper is there. It's just we need to uphold all this project to another level. So with this strong background, right? Okay, here is one example. The major problem for honey in tropical is the fermentation process, and where our climate in tropical have high humidity above 60%, and so the water in the air absorb into the honey and give resources for yeast fermentation. Penyampaian. Okay, so the fermentation produce byproduct that makes our honey foamy, berbuih, and also sour in taste. So it's totally different with the low humidity country where their honey not so ferment and stable with a very sweet taste. But our honey is different. Um, the pressure from the fermentation gas break the bottles, and therefore cannot be sold in the hypermarket or in pharmacy. So they only put a plastic on the top of the bottle and put rubber band. So the community only sell our honey as third class product. Therefore, understanding to this, I invented the Hilda system that actually dehydrate honey without heating element. The first prototype just very simple, where I asked for the KTP grants, but from the first prototype, I record the data and everything and improvise the system every year, then apply for another grant. And then, so I keep improving the system and finally reach to the industrial scale where into 2020, this Hilda system received National Innovation Award for Agriculture. And now the Hilda system available at 16 community honey center of Kohsi all over Malaysia. And inshallah in next few months, I will announce full operation like a paddy factory where the farmer can send their raw product to get the service. And for this particular, they can send to this Kohsi to dehydrate their honey, because the new Malaysian standard for honey coming, there is no more raw product of honey that more than 25% moisture content in the honey. Everything must be lower than 20% of moisture content. Therefore, this is very big opportunity and market for the Hilda system. And then it is interesting to share here that the CE on the Reinventing Honey Quality project by USM not only empower B40, but also offer several opportunities for commercialization, where we can see via this Reinventing Honey Quality, we secured a patent and 2 patent pending, also registered 2 trademark, and then also 1 pending industrial design. And then we also train more than 3,000 beekeepers and with 5 awards, and then commercialization worth more than 1.1 million. And then in 2019, the RSQ project secured a collaboration with industrial partner to invest on the honey processing plant, and now become the first cluster honey factory certified with GMP, HACCP, ISO 22000, Halal and Mesti. So later in December 2020, USN approved for Brani Sdn Bhd Incorporation to commercialize the innovation that has been produced from our CE project. So, Alhamdulillah, this honey journey really gave me a purpose in life and achieve a combination of passion and career advancement. And then the keywords here is the serve to people, and then and the impact is there. For many people, it's just a normal backyard activity. But if we look closely, when community have beehive at their house, the bee help in pollination and increase their fruit yield. And as underprivileged, they never buy a supplement to their kids. But with a beehive, they can harvest honey and give a natural honey as supplement to their kids. And then when they have extra honey, they learn how to sell the honey and become entrepreneur. When they want more honey, and then they will plant more flower and to get more nectar. And therefore, it's indirectly make their house become beautiful. And this is the spillover impact that we look via the Apex University Seoul. And if you ask me what is the key secret for successful CE, I would say a clear goal and holistic ecosystem. If we have a good ecosystem, what we don't know where we are heading, we are nowhere. But if we have a clear goal without holistic ecosystem, mungkin just angan-angan, kan? Okay, a clear goal surely attract good collaborators because people can easily know how to tap with our project. So as conclusion, CE is the place where we apply all our teaching skill, our innovation, our inspiration to be a solution provider that we preach. And all great things that we claim and to express change in society. So CE is the platform where you actually wrap up all your amazing works in university. And as for me, it is a true liberty that my credibility as a scholar is not merely for personal expression, but more importantly as a medium to serve the people whom I belong to. So let's justify our job and legacy along with the life objective of a scholar, which is to inspire humanity. All right, with that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Majlis merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada Yang Bersaha Dr. Zulkifli Mustafa di atas perkongsian sebentar tadi. Jadi tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, saya persilakan mana-mana peserta ataupun hadirin yang ingin bertanyakan soalan kepada Dr. Zulkifli. Persilakan.
Buka chat.
Baiklah, sekiranya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan mempunyai sebarang persoalan yang berkaitan dengan perkongsian daripada Dr. Zulkifli sebentar tadi, boleh beri di ruangan perbualan Webex ini ataupun terus berhubung dengan mana-mana urus setia. Baiklah, ada satu soalan di ruang perbualan, Dr. Zul. I think the first step is establish the problem and issues to be solved. How do we start? Silakan, Doktor.
Thank you. We have a question, right? Again, I repeat, I think the first step is establish the problem and issues to be solved. How do we start? All right. Of course, if we look at the current model that that will be exposed to all participants today via our program, we have very structured protocol where we going to start. But as for me now, it's most important to see our internal drive that actually give us energy to sail or keep moving with this CE project for quite some time. So it is can be achieved where if the problem that you identify meet with your passion, with the light that trigger you from internal, right? But the moment you have the identify that's the problem, we have to see exactly the foundation that we have in university or maybe industrial partner that we want to start off, right? So in the 4-phase engagement model, usually we will start with identify our allies involving the what we call a quadruple helix model. We want to see agency, and then we want to see the industrial partner. We want to see the target community. Is it they are ready to accept the knowledge or not, right? So we are not simply go and see that they want this particular project, so we give that project to them. So we will evaluate the foundation knowledge that they have, the resources that they have, and then how far the project could last if we apply to them. right? So we hope with the four-phase engagement model that we're going to explore within these 2 days workshop, we answer this in a better way for Mr. Isham, right?
Terima kasih banyak Dr. Zulkifli atas perkongsian sebentar tadi. Jadi tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, dengan berakhirnya sesi pengenalan dan perkongsian sebentar tadi, majlis akan berehat seketika dan akan bersua semula tepat pada pukul 2 petang ini. Mohon kerjasama tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk bersedia awal bagi sesi berikutnya. Sebagai makluman juga, Webex ini akan terus dibuka sehingga akhir sesi pada petang ini. Jadi itu saja. Terima kasih dan selamat beristirahat.
Hello guys, so today I would like to share boleh
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, mohon perhatian. Majlis kita akan dimulakan sebentar saja lagi. Untuk itu, sila pastikan semua mikrofon telah disenyapkan atau dipadamkan, seterusnya memastikan agar kamera sentiasa dibuka sepanjang majlis ini berlangsung. Kerjasama tuan-tuan dan puan-puan berhubung perkara tersebut amatlah dihargai. Terima kasih.
Unjust is something unjust.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Mohon perhatian, majlis kita akan dimulakan sebentar saja lagi. Untuk itu, sila pastikan semua mikrofon telah disenyapkan ataupun dipadamkan. Seterusnya, pastikan agar kamera sentiasa dibuka sepanjang majlis ini berlangsung. Kerjasama tuan-tuan dan puan-puan berhubung perkara tersebut amatlah dihargai. Terima kasih. Kelopak biru dalam jambangan, gelimah merekah menambah seri. Para tetamu hadirin budiman, majlis nan indah diteruskan lagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian. Bersuah kembali dalam program Laser Siri 1 2021. Pihak urus setia mendoakan semoga tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sentiasa dalam keadaan yang dilindunginya dan sentiasa bersemangat sepanjang program ini berlangsung. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati sekalian, meneruskan atur cara majlis pada petang ini, majlis akan diteruskan dengan taklimat modul yang pertama. Untuk itu, sedikit makluman kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, seusai sahaja sesi pembentangan modul pertama ini, sesi akan diteruskan dengan aktiviti kontekstual. Yang pertama, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan akan diasingkan mengikut kumpulan yang telah dimaklumkan awal oleh pihak urus setia. Pihak urus setia akan mengasingkan tuan-tuan secara terus mengikut kumpulan tersebut. Selesai sahaja kedua-dua sesi tersebut, majlis akan bersurai dan diteruskan semula pada keesokan hari. Mohon tuan-tuan dan puan-puan terus memberikan kerjasama yang baik sepanjang program ini berlangsung. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, tanpa melengahkan masa, kita teruskan majlis dengan sesi modul yang pertama ini. Untuk itu, saya serahkan majlis kepada yang berusaha, Dr. Nur Khalida binti Abdul Hamid, pensyarah Pusat Pengajian Sains Kaji Ayat, Universiti Sains Malaysia. Majlis dengan penuh takzimnya dipersilakan.
Terima kasih Puan Pengerusi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you guys hear my voice? Is it loud enough or I need to make it louder? Dengarkah suara saya?
Okey doktor, okey.
Alright.
Dengar Doktor.
Boleh dengar.
Thank you very much. Thank you first of all, thank you very much to ACAP for the opportunity for us to share best practices of community engagement with a lot of participants today. I'm Nur Khalida Abdul Hamid from School of Biological Sciences, University of Science Malaysia. For this afternoon, the session is about the first phase, that is identifying strategic alliance and establishing effective engagement. So these are the two things that I'll be focusing. I hope that the slides ready for us. Okay, all right, cool. So thank you everyone for coming back, and I do hope that we can focus on the session. In the afternoon, things can be a bit tough after lunch, and we have a very full-on keynote speaker. We are so fortunate to have Tan Sri Zul, Dr. Asma, and a bit of sharing from Dr. Zulkifli from his experience. And those talks from Tan Sri Zul and Dr. Asma is actually the soul of community engagement that were related to the talk that I will share with you. First of all, I would like to echo what Datuk Faizal Rafiq says that community engagement is not about competing between university or among ourselves, who's the best or who's better than who's. It's more about how we want to work together in order to improve our society, how to make our community live in a better condition, how we can make things better for our future generation, and how we can improve a lot of things that happening around us, because we are in the surrounding where we have the access to a lot of things, the information, research outcome, and findings. We can make that difference. We can improve that situation. So for this evening talk, I would like to share with you the best practice. I'm not teaching you because this is about we share the information. Community engagement is not about teaching, telling. It's about like to share, to gain information, to gather information, and to see what's the best and what is feasible, what is practical. So feel free that if you think that you have opinion later on that we can share to improve the presentation, or from your experience, we have that session later on in the at the end of the session that we can actually exchange the idea. Earlier, when Dr. Zul said about his journey in community engagement, we have one question from Prof. Izhan from Unitan asking about how do we start. We see the journey of Dr. Zul, how he started in 2000 during his time doing his PhD, and then later on moved until now. But the question is for us, how do we start? Where do we start? So this sharing session is about it. Before I go any further, perhaps one thing that I could ask the participants here in this session, ask yourself these questions. What can actually you do to improve people within your circle? Or what can you do to make things better? These are simple questions. All right. The second thing is perhaps to make it directed, we can look into next slide on the SDG. Perhaps the SDG will give you a little bit of hint. Sustainable Development Goals. They have 17 of it. Not every of the goals will be part of our objective or something that we can do, but perhaps among all those 17, one or two can, relate to your work, to something that you are doing, perhaps your passion, something that you want to do apart from science, apart from your research. I believe that everyone's here has good intention. Everyone's here has actually something in their mind that apart from their career that they want to achieve, they also want to be useful for the community, for the society, for the nation. So that's what I call as purpose. In Japanese, they call it ikigai. But me, I just say to myself, what's my purpose? My purpose of existence. Why do I have to be here? Why I am here at the university doing research, teaching the students, and also getting information from my research. So finding my purpose, is it just going to be the research article? Is it just going to stay in my lab? Or can my finding actually change something outside of my laboratory? So perhaps I think we can think that kind of question. I'm pretty sure that among our participants that have backgrounds in veterinary, animal nutrition, artificial intelligence, all those things, education, psychology, those backgrounds actually has a lot of opportunity, potential to improve our society. So think about that, okay? Because we're going to use all those information later on, right? So what it's all about community engagement practice by University of Science Malaysia, or something that we want to share with you today. So the 4-phase engagement model that been practiced here has actually 4 elements. Okay, we look into the collaboration, where the session is all about identifying and also establishing the engagement. And the next thing that we are looking at is the project identification. And then after that, we're going to develop the program or the project. Once we develop the project and the program, then we're going to monitor. All these phases, we have another element that we always emphasize, that among us, all of us, need also to make it be part of the project, where we emphasize on social innovation. And we have to look into multidisciplinary approach, taking into consideration of entrepreneurship, and the most important element that nowadays that we need to pay attention is sustainability. And all those elements that we are sharing today is actually aligned with the institutional agendas, national agenda, and as well as United Nations. So with this phase that we're going to share with you, I hope that we'll be able to provide some information about community engagement and how do we actually start. First of all, community engagement is about learning process. It's no such thing as what I say that a block, as if like you see a square, you have to draw a square. It's about learning how to draw a square and understand whether the person be able to hold a pen and draw a square. So therefore, what I'm saying here is the whole process of community engagement that we establish or we want to create with the community, we have to ask ourselves, are we ready to learn new things along with the community? Because community engagement is not about us. It's about the community that we're going to help, right? So if we are ready to learn, we tick one box. And during the process, we also need to unlearn. What do we unlearn? We have to unlearn things that we learned before. For example, perhaps some of the participants today can relate to my situation. I have aquaculture background. I am aquaculture nutritionist. I work with the formulation, try to produce, the best formulation to make fish grow better and things like that. And I want to implement those thoughts to the farmers. By using this type of ingredients, the fish can grow faster and so on and so forth. But when I talk to the farmers, what happened is the farmers operate differently. For them, cost is always the first thing. They need to reduce the costs, because if the cost of the food is high, which is already high enough, so it won't make them gain more profit. So what did I learn from here? I do learn about making best food or best aquafeed, but I forgot about the part where the cost of the feed is important. So what do I need to unlearn? I need to unlearn about just producing the best. What I need to learn is making something feasible to the farmers. Something that I need to learn and relearn. I relearn new things in a different perspective, producing optimal aquafeed, that producing optimal growth with a cheaper price. And along the way, I also call in with the farmers by using sustainable ingredients. So these are the things that we need to be ready to be humble to work with the community, because what we need to know is the community is part of us. Most of us always stay in a bubble. We think that we work in silo and we work with this research. I did the same, but I do have intention to work with the community, because I know my research not going to go anywhere without the community benefits from it. So it is very important the way we see the community. Are they like really down below or are they really high up? You know, so it's important in community engagement that we put them parallel to us, same level to our heart. I always keep saying that, because if we treat the community as equal to us, as much as we want to share with them information, we learn from them a lot more. That's social innovation. Because the problem will come from the community, from the society, where they give us the opportunity to solve the problem, to see things from different perspectives. If we just see things from one angle, not be able to see from different perspectives, we lose one opportunity to create an engagement with the community. So if everyone here, like, open your heart, start to see things from different perspectives, ready to learn new things, and then ready to unlearn some things that you learned before and relearn new things, and also co-learn with the community, I think this is the first step for us to go with the community engagement. Now, the next question here is how? How do we start the engagement? How do we identify the strategic alliance? Because I know that community engagement is not everyone's cup of tea, but I'm very sure that in everyone deep down in their heart, they want to make a difference. They want to change something to make things better. Right? So we can start with two questions. How we want to do that and what we can actually offer to. So with these two questions, if you ask yourself with the earlier questions that I asked you to ask yourself, you look for the value, something that you have. Can you use or offer that value to solve certain questions? Doesn't matter whether it is business management, artificial intelligence, electrical engineering, or education, definitely, because what I'm saying here is nowadays, especially with the post-pandemic, we are looking into crisis, community, society crisis, where a lot of people lose their job, and we have a lot of things happening around us. We might have B40 previously, but that spectrum might be increased. We might have B60. A lot of people that before that M40 now become B40. So these are the things around us that happening now that we can actually take the opportunity, look at that situation and ask ourselves, what can I actually do? What value that I can offer to help, right? So that's to identify the strategic alliance, because by looking at our society or looking into certain situation, we be able to see certain things. We can't solve a lot of things. We have limitation. That's the thing with community engagement. It's different than community service. Community service is one-off. Community engagement require commitment, require a process, and multidisciplinary. When we see certain situation, we can only, or we have ability to solve one issue, but we need other people to help us solving certain issue. We have to collaborate, we have to work together, different discipline, different background in order to solve certain issues. So that's the first thing that we can ask ourselves to start identifying, not yet getting to the community. No, we just want to ask ourselves, what do we have to offer? Sometimes people ask, do I need to be really established in order to help? Do I really need to be, successful in order to offer to people? This is things that I have, in order to help the people, the community, the society. Not necessarily, because what happens is sometimes we have small things, but that small thing can solve issue, can solve problems. So that's why we have to collaborate, because not every issue will require our expertise. We collaborate. Some of the condition, the situation, for example, I like to use my situation as example because I think it's easier to relate with the situation. Anyone here can also put yourself in that condition. For example, my expertise, my field, my background is aquaculture nutrition. I culture the fish, I grow the fish. But when people ask me about the marketing, how to market the fish, it's not my field. I definitely need someone who work in business, in marketing strategy, in graphic design to make the promotion and things like that. So this can help the farmers to promote their business and also how to manage their business. My work focus on how to make the fish grow faster or manage the fish husbandry and things so on and so forth about aquaculture, but not on the marketing and management. Same with post-harvest. I need people from different backgrounds. So these are the things that we need to ask in order to identify the strategic alliance. The next thing is we need to know which community that need that. Those things sometimes happen that they come to us. Sometimes we have to look for it. We have to find the opportunity. We have to make effort to go out and to help. So in identifying strategic alliance, it's not about sitting in the nice and comfy room and comfy chair. It's about working with the community, meaning that you have to break the sweat. You have to go out, whether you create a collaboration with the government agencies or the communities. Community engagement is about combining, or the principle, the quadruplex principle involving community, government agency, industry, and the university, meaning that it's not about sitting in our room. It's about getting up there, whether we engage with the industry, see the opportunity, or we engage with government agencies so that we be able to see what's the scenario that's happening within our neighborhood, within our compound, or within our country. So, how to identify, right? I liked to echo earlier that I think Tan Sri Zul was saying that we should not be prescriptive. We should not prescribe to the community that what they need to do. For those who work with the orang asal or community, like in sense of like the society, I think we have to acknowledge that we can't direct them what to do. The first thing, when we want to identify that strategic alliance, we have to use our senses. There are 4 senses that in this situation that I would like you to perhaps think about it and then relate to the situation that with the value that you can offer. First thing is we have to listen. Allah give us ears in order for us to listen, not to talk too much. When with the community, we have to listen, what do they want? What kind of help that they need, right? Whether it's really they need a huge, sophisticated and complex solution, or they just need a simple solution for their problems. Because we tend to provide solution that is very sophisticated, very complex for a small matters. So it's very important for us to listen to what actually the community, the society wants, whether they want to improve the psychology of the school kids, whether they want to improve the sensory of those disabled kids, or if they want to improve their marketing strategy with the limited budget, or they want to improve if they are producing certain material, like for example, charcoal, for those who are material sciences, this, let's say, community are producing charcoals, perhaps they want to make things better. Charcoals can be based for a lot of things, including cosmetics, or some part of pharmaceutical medicine and things like that. So if we listen to the society or the community, it will give us more room to think. Once we listen, we have to observe, meaning that we have to take a trip to their place to see, to observe. Listening, taking notes, one part. Second part is start to observe, meaning that after the listening, we need to observe. Is this what they really wanted to do? Or is that more? Is there more than just what they said? Sometimes with the community, because they feel a bit reserved to tell us a lot of things because they're not sure probably of the gap. Most of the time because of the gap, they thought that they are unequal to us. They can't really tell us, they can't be frank, so they just tell us a bit here and there. So it's very important for us to observe. Sometimes we can trigger a lot more, or we can actually find solution from the observation. So that's the second phase. It's exactly as how we do our research in the laboratory. And the third one is using all the data that we gathered from listening and observation, we analyze those information. We put priority, we prioritize what's the problem, what's the gap, and what do they need, and what's the limitations, what the advantages that they have. We need to understand the whole scenario. So using these four elements like listen, observation, analyze the situation, and understand the whole situation will help us to identify the strategic alliance, whether the community we can actually contribute to help them, or we can actually gather more people to be part of the project. You see, so these are the part on how to identify. So I think with the participant here, you can relate to all this. For example, in all of us did our own research, whether it's education, whether it's engineering or science. So use that kind of framework to identify the community, especially if we put effort to go to the community to observe. To go to the community, it's not like us going from houses to ask, what do you need? Do you need this? No, it has a way to do it. One of the way that I can share with you guys here is we can go to the leader of the community, ketua kampung, penghulu, or government agency that been helping the community with certain project, or it can be the principal of the school, or they can be the ketua belia, work in a community, in a group, not approaching the individual. Because by then only we can see how our value can offer, or how the solution can be offered to the community. So that's one of the ways. It can be many ways. It can be, yes, several options, but that's from my experience. Approaching individual, yes, we can help, but not necessarily be impactful, because you can only help one individual. Whereas if we approach a leader, a community leader, doesn't matter whether it's the principal of the school, or probably is ketua belia or government agency, because they know the local people better than us. So that's one of the way to identify the project. Or one of the way is get engaged with the people that already run the community engagement project. Because a lot of situation where when they try to solve certain issue, once those issues solved, the innovation always, comes in, because they want to improve other factors. So that can be one of the way. Okay, so that's how we identify. The next thing that we are looking at is establishing effective engagement. Once we identify the community, let's say that we are working with a new community. We are not working with the researcher that already have community engagement. We go with the first scenario where we want to help the community and we have to work on our own, right? So let's say we work with a village or a whole community, things like that. So how are we going to establish the effective engagement? We already identified the community, but how are we going to establish that bond? Because this is human relationship we are talking about. We can't just, go straight and say like, yeah, I want to do this. It's not going to work. I think all of us already established that human relationship need kind of introductions, build the trust. Community engagement is all about trust. Without the trust, we don't have that engagement. We have the connection, but not that engagement, not that bond that we want to do to have impact to the community. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to start to communicate. We need to talk. We need to initiate the conversation. We need to communicate. We need to ask questions, be humble, and then listen to their problems. And then we need to start to interact. Get some follow up. Ask their opinion about that. You see. So when we start to have communication has to be two ways, not one way. So we allow them to give opinion, and then we explain to them, and then we interact. It's for me, from my experience, it's almost I would say it's very important. It's crucial to make our community feel comfortable with us, to speak to us as if like we are part of the community, instead of treating us like we are a researcher or we are someone that work in the university. So that's from my experience, and also from other colleagues that have been working with the community. The way they communicate with the community is very humble, and they are part of the community, right? And the interaction that occur has to be natural. We have to understand that this is not sympathy, this is not a charity, meaning that we have to establish that this is the two-way traffic, that we are working with the community, and we start to share information with them, right? When we start to share certain information, valuable information, the community will start share with you certain secrets or trade secrets, I would say. Again, I'll bring you with the aquaculture. You may bring up a lot of examples, but I like to use aquaculture or farming. What else? Things that require certain skill, that farmers always have those skills. Okay, like poultry industry, ruminant industry. The farmers or the community always have their own secrets, how to make the animal grow faster, or the animal can they have that kind of things. Okay, so if we are not comfortable to share with them certain information, they won't be able to share with us certain things that we won't get from the books. So often we get from the experience for those who do the job. So whenever we start to share the information with them, they will start sharing with us the tips. So that's very information. That very information is very important, because even with my research, those kind of things is actually valuable, because it gives me ideas of how to improve my research approach. Because these farmers or community, they work with hands-on. They know how to, but they need certain input in order to improve that condition. So you see, we start to share information from the interactions that we have before. Once they have that trust, once we build the trust with the community, they allow us to get involved with what they're doing. They allow us to make certain decisions for them. So that kind of bonding, the level of trust will help us to establish effective engagement. They trust that whatever that we voice up to them is for their own benefits, because they know that whatever that we discuss or whatever that we decide is considered beneficial, not just for their own benefits, but also including how it can improve the condition to make things way better. So these are the tips that I can share with all of the participants here, how to establish effective engagement. But then another question is, how do we communicate with them? How do we interact with them? Is there any way that we, our researcher, can do that? Yes. The answer is there are many ways to do that. You can directly approach them, as I said, or we can have the platform. So there are two ways of doing or establishing effective engagement. To interact, to communicate, to share, all those things, we can achieve that via community engagement platform or self-initiative. So let's work into CE platform. In every university, whether it's private or public university institution, they always have one institution, institute or sections or department that emphasize on community engagement. Like in University of Science Malaysia, we have BGIM. BGIM is the platform for the researcher to work with the community. And the role of the platform is so important. Why do I say that? Because they are the link between university and the community. They are the one that going out to the field to see what's going on and what the university can help. And they also hold the key of who's in the university that be able to contribute, because we are academician, researcher, we are so preoccupied with our work, research, teaching, so on and so forth. So by having community engagement platform, they know about it. It's pretty much like experts directory, but it's more involved. Okay, they will design the project according to the needs of the community, of the society, and they bring in respective person who be able to address that situation. So meaning that as a researcher, as an academician, you don't have to do all the hard work. You just come into the project and solve certain issue or certain gap that need to be solved, but served as a whole program, a whole team. We work as a team. We're not working as individual. So that's the beauty of having CE platform. Another way is on the self-initiative. This is one of the hardest part because self-initiative requires people to have soul. They're really into community engagement and they will do all out for community engagement. They will make sure that everything, if they have website, they will keep it updated, they will contact the society, they put effort, and it's individual effort and it's a lot of work. I wouldn't deny it. I'll share with you some of the CE platform and self-initiative work, how to establish effective engagement to make sure that the information that we have from university get to the community. So let's say the snapshots of the past project, that what I'm saying about the CE platform. Let's say this is about catfish culture and producing dried catfish. So this project being done by University of Science Malaysia, which involved several researchers to help the farmers to produce the catfish, not only produce, improve their feeding, and post harvest processing from just drying under hot sun with a fluctuate temperature, someday rain, someday very hot, and then, with the improved technology innovation, so they'll be able to dry the fish consistently with all control environment, and also it's improved the processing, and we use another researcher here to do that. With the packaging, where the art school comes in, improve the design of the packaging, and we get the student involved in marketing the product. So these are the whole process. You can say it's circular economy, or you can say like, a complete work of engaging with the community. We see, we hear, we heard what they want, but we also observe what do they need. With their permission, if we can, improve or no, yay or nay to improve the condition. So it has to be with their bless as well, because that's their business. But then with this type of, approach, that in each of the problem, we have experts to respond on that. So the product has been marketed even in overseas. So this is one of the snapshots of the past project on how community engagement works. If you see, it's not like one person working throughout from the beginning until the end. It's different people coming into each sections. We have multidisciplinary approach, combining efforts to help the community. All right. So let's work on how we can also engage with the community via social media. Right? Facebook is one of the things that people are, adopting in order to get into the community. This is one of Dr. Zul Kifli works on Honeygo Lab, Stingless Bees Laboratory. So he already has his own community working on stingless honeybee. And then people are exchanging information on Facebook, and they are sharing it, and the farmers, giving opinion about it, exchanging the information. And the other one is Compost to Kalulu. Okay, this is one of the researcher from USM. He's now retiree, Prof. Hakimi, and also another researcher continue the work, Dr. Anwar, K2K, Compost to Kalulu. They make sure that the information get to the community. Okay, so this is individual effort. Earlier was the platform, how CE platform works, gathering all the experts from the universities to work on the project. Whereas this one is individual effort to get the information through to the community, and the community also exchange the information. All right. Another one is Instagram. Not so famous, but still people are sharing information on the Instagram. All right. Mustafa Himes, Dr. Zul again, has this. And Azola, for those who work in ruminant, in poultry, fish, nutrition. So Azola is quite famous as an alternative ingredient. So if you put hashtag Azola, you'll find the information how people around the world actually utilizing these weeds, actually fern, aquatic ferns, to feed the animal with more cost effective. May not be the best, but it's cost effective. So this is part of the social media engagement that we can get engaged to the community. All right. Another way of reaching the community is via Twitter. Nowadays, the next generation, the younger generation, they prefer Twitter. Even some of the researchers also very active on Twitter. If you email them, they may not be responsive, but once you tweet them, they respond it within a second. So that's also one of the way to establish engagement with the community, because the way we should see our communities nowadays, we can't just see from one perspective. That's from my point of view. Sometimes we may underestimate our community. We thought that they may not be able to get through the social media, but if we use the platform correctly, we can reach to a lot of the community, especially young generation. They are very well versed with all these social media platform, and that can actually be one of the way on how we can, contribute to the society. Doesn't matter what background that we have, whether it's engineering, education, psychology, businesses, everything. If we look at that as an opportunity, we can actually see that that's how, or that's one of the way for us to reach the community. All right. The next slides I'm showing you, this is just a sharing the snapshot of previous CE activities by multiple people. All right. The first picture is Encik Rahmat. He was with Jabatan Orang Asli before, but now he's with Turkey. So if I'm not mistaken, he works a lot with community, a lot of program, and he's doing it on his own effort. A part of it from work, but most of it because he likes to do those type of things. Bottom is actually some of the community engagement, how the Kompas to Kelulut team set up I think Azola for the community, and in fact, Kompas to Kelulut program get international students to involve. One of the girls in the picture is actually Iraqi students, and she's now graduated, and she had learned a lot about our society and the value from a Malaysia perspective for her to bring back to Iraq. Another picture on top is actually the Zul talking to the community about sustainable stingless bee culture. And bottom is me on the breeding catfish. What I want to share the information here is, if you look at the participant here, some of them young, some of them are very senior, right? Whether they're young or they're senior, they are also full of knowledge. May not be similar to us, but definitely they have some knowledge that we don't have. If we treat that, such way, we can work with the community. Like for example, the persons who attend the course for fish breeding, some of them has what I would say have 20 years experience of fish culture. And I learned a lot from them too, apart from sharing with them about breeding catfish. But in the same time, I learned a lot on how to mass produce with how to say it, better income, like better profit, how to work from their perspective. You see, to see the problem and take it into different level and how to make things better. If there's a good thing that I can improve, I work with my research. So these are the things, if we treat them as such. So what I'm saying here is the concept of what Dr. Zul says about learning to know, learning to do, and learning to be is very, very important for us to also adopt in community engagement in order to make sure that we have that bond with our community. Our first time is not that easy, but it can be done if we treat them with respect. Now, how does this engagement, flow? How does it start? All right. The engagement or the value or something that we want to offer can come into two ways. First, whether the community asks for the solutions, meaning that there's demand. So meaning that how we can get to engage to the community, with the community, when the community needs something to be solved. They want something which is demand from the community, and they know that we have certain things to help them. But the community, the one that initiate it, meaning that we have the demand. So we work based on the demands, right? And then the institution that get involved, whether it's University of Science Malaysia or other university, and then who else that work together with us. For example, in this project that coconut jelly delacare, the entrepreneur need the jelly to last longer, to have a longer shelf life. So they approached the university in order to get some experts to work on it. And then USM worked with pharma, and we worked together with the entrepreneur. And what happened is, at the end of the day of the project, the jelly be able to stand longer on shelf, and they managed to double up, I would say not double up, multiple their productions and increase their profit and making a lot of money. So it has been impactful project. Same goes with the project. So the NCIA, you know, approached the University Science Malaysia to help the community that culture the fish that earlier that I showed you is actually in Purdue. So the fish is also about, the project is also about how to improve, how to put a value on catfish and use all the experts from different schools in dried catfish with different flavor, sauce in it. And then it also has been exported to overseas. So another impactful project. But what I'm emphasizing here is both cases, the demand came from the community or the government agency, meaning that there's a need in our society for the institution, the university, to solve the problem. Another engagement can occur from value, where we have the value, we have the technology, we have our findings or our innovation that we want to help the community. All right. In this case, I would say that Dr. Zul project is one of the typical case where Mustafa Hive and Hilda Machine are two of the innovations that they know can help the honey productions. So from them, they approach, they tell the community and they offer to the community, and it has been impactful project. So these are the things that how the engagement can occur, whether there's demand from the society, whether it's community or government agency, or we are the one that initiate that engagement from the value. We know the society is doing the business or the activity, but and in the same time, we know that we can actually improve the society, the activity that the community been doing now. Just like what Dr. Zul says, that he knows that the honey being produced, but not in a way that it can be respected. They put honey at a very low level instead of, like, Quran says, put a very high level of honey. So he improved the culturing and the post-harvest process in order to improve honey production. So there are two types. How about the third condition, where we have value demand? Okay, in this case, we have value demand driven. Value demand engagement can occur where the university and the agency, government agency, works together. They work together in order to help the community. So meaning that with collaboration between institution and the government to improve the community. So that's value demand driven. In a way that the government agency already identified the community. They know which community they want to work, and they want to improve that community activity. So they propose the university with the value they have. So that can be value demand driven engagement. So this is the snapshots of the engagement process, right? In community engagement, effective governance is very important. Without that, we cannot get a viable project. We cannot even design the project. Community engagement is about designing the project. It's not randomly, it's not by chance. Everything being made by analyzing, by observation, by understanding the situation. So all the four elements, the institution, government, agency, community, are the element, the pillar, or the how to say, the shareholders in a program, including the community that we want to work. So industry can be part of it, sometimes may not, but always be very helpful to have. But these four pillars must be there. Okay, and whether it is demand or is from value, it's all depends which the one that initiated, whether it's from the community or from government, or in other situation, if the institution the one that offer it. So it's all depends on it. Another element in community engagement that being practiced in University of Science Malaysia is to have project managers. I cannot emphasize how important project managers is, because they will play a huge role in organizing the project, in running the project. Researcher, the academia will do their part, but community engagement is very time-consuming, tedious work, and you need meticulous people to run the project. And for that, project managers is very important, because they will help to put all the information needed. They will put everything in a perspective that can help the project to run smoothly. And also, project manager will be the first person who will identify the problem, because they work with the community very close. As a researcher, yes, we work close with the community as well, but project manager is closer because they will be part of the community. Sometimes the student also get involved. This project manager can be for a bigger project, but if it's a small project like my work, I don't really need project manager. I am the project manager, but I still have to manage the project. So it's very important to have that role, because the manager, as it stands for, manage the project. So the progress reports and how things going is very important in order to achieve effective governance and in order to make sure that the project is viable. So are we okay, or do we need to have a break, or before we proceed, because it will be a bit more intense later on? So are we doing okay now? Can I see some response? Okay, okay, perhaps I take one question. So the key is the community should be agreeable and open to the idea of the proposed innovation that we want to bring. Yes, mutual understanding. It has to be mutual understanding. Innovation, not from my perspective and from my experience with the community, it don't have to be complicated. It don't have to be sophisticated. It can be low tech but high impact. But yes, it has to be mutual understanding. It's very important. If we prescribe them something that for them is not doable, it's complicated, it's not going to work. I've been, how to say, from this is something that I want to share. I worked with a group of people before, and among those people are young people. It's a bit of a generation gap, not that I'm very senior, but it's sort of like generation gap. One of the person approached me, says this to me, said that, doctor, perhaps you need to work as lazy people. First, I was a bit like take back from like, oh wow, that's very confronting. But then I said, no, actually it's a very good idea. Lazy person, what he meant, not mean negative, meaning that you have to make it simpler for the people to work with. So meaning that if it's easier for the community to work with, so less complicated things be. So they're easy to agree on what we're going to approach. But that does not mean that we have to compromise certain things, especially on the SOP, safety, those type is very crucial. So, but bottom line is, yes, it has to be mutual understanding, and there must be agreement between us and the community. All right, cool, that's it. Okay, cool. So if everyone's okay, can I see okay sign or thumbs up to see if I can proceed? Because you know it has been a very long day. So all good? Yes, fantastic. Because we've been going an hour straight. One more minutes is an hour. So I think everyone has their own limitation to to give full concentration. So that's why I take a bit of like a break so that everyone can have a bit of like relax their senses a little bit before we go into the next one. Okay. The next one is about the snapshots. The snapshots of previous project. Okay. How are we going to approach the approach that how we going to do the engagement, or how we going to see whether we can contribute to the community or not. Okay, this is what we call visual thinking. It's kind of like good thing as well to put in this perspective, because it helps us to see things better. Often, I think perhaps I could make it step by step, but I can guide everyone's here. The first part is the problem statement. Often this is the part, remember the four senses that was we listen and we observe. So problem statement is involving those two senses. All right. We listen to the community, what's their problem, and we go to their place to observe. This is one of the Libatsama project and it's already ongoing now. The entrepreneur has issue with productions, and then what they want is they just want to improve their marketing. But then when the team visited the area, then we realized that they need much more than that. First thing is the workers are lack of skills. It's really a level 1 labor. And then they still use conventional technology. Nothing wrong with conventional technology, but this technology, if you can see it, lack of all the hygienes, measure. So that's already a problem in many food manufacturing. The third thing is drying process. You see that they just dry under hot sun, and if you can see under open space like that, in that open space, a lot of things can actually contaminate the product. It can be anything. So this is what we call observation. Apart from just about storage and packaging, a lot more involved in these Libatsama productions. Therefore, once we observe, we need to analyze. Okay, what can we actually offer? So when we analyze, we start to look into the innovation, the technology, the idea, the concept that we be able to suggest whether this can help them to improve the current condition or no. So this is the part where we need to understand whether the cost is their issue, or whether they have the capacity to run certain technology or innovation. So we analyze and we understand this situation. So that's the second part. So it's very important. And the third part is the stakeholder, where we start to get, multiple stakeholders to get involved. So University Science Malaysia get involved with local authority, and then also pharma as national authorities in agriculture, marketing. So this is the snapshots of how we design community engagement in order to make sure that the project or the program has impact to the society. So this is one of the typical concept, the framework on community engagement being practiced in University of Science Malaysia, and the project is ongoing. All right, so the next slide can be a bit more intense in sense of the information. So if you think that you need your eyes to relax a little bit, this is about time, because the slide can be very busy. Okay, take your time to read it, but I will guide you one by one. When we about to design the program for community engagement, okay, when we about to identify and to establish. These are the first step. It's not even like design per se. This is the first phase to identify, because we need to make sure that the community is on the same page as we are. So it's very important for us to lay down for them to see what do we have planned for them. After we listen and we observe, we analyze, when we understand, we need to make sure that they're also on the same page. All right. This is what we call table of contextual activity, and this has been practiced in USM. Remember that I said that we have 4 components, the quadruple helix component. The first one is the community, but in here we call community program or project. The second column, we have, the second column is community. And the third column is government agency or the industry, the third column. And the fourth is the institution, which is referring to whether it's private or public university. All right, so this component or level is important, because in each of the program or project, we have to have this component. We cannot not to have that, it's a must, okay? To have those, and then we have the activities. So meaning that each of the level, each of the stakeholders must have their own activities. We have to design that. And we look into the opportunity. Opportunity meaning that for each of the component, what do they gain? It has to be win-win situation. Community engagement cannot be like one party lose, another party wins. It has to be win-win situation. So we look into what type of opportunity for every stakeholders.
Dia turun kat NCDI, tapi dia akan join lah dia, tapi dia punya nama lain lah dia.
I'll take a break because someone's talking. All right, cool. So the next one is whether what actually initiate the engagement, whether it's value or demand. You see, it's actually 2 rows. When we do the activity later on, it's only 1. The demand or value, again, as I said, if it's come from the community or the government agency, we call it demand. If it's come from the institution, it's actually the value, okay? And then we will look into the prime mover. The prime mover meaning that the person or the group of people that are going to do the work. Because the program cannot, or the activity cannot be done on its own. It has to be someone's doing it, whether it is from the community or whether it's from the agency or institutions ourselves. And the last part is the resource. Okay, resource can be many. It can be in form of property, monetary, knowledge, you know, a lot of things, infrastructure or intellectual properties, a lot of things. So these are the components that really would like to share with participants here. When we design our program or project, these are the things that we make sure that have in our program. So we detail out as much as like who get involved, what they're going to do, what will they gain from the project, and what value or demand that they ask from the institution, who going to run that, and what do they have to offer. Every part, community engagement, as I'm going to emphasize again, is not community service. When I say community engagement, the community also need to contribute. It's very important that the community understand this. If they say we don't have money to share, to provide, yes, we're not asking for money, but commitment is also resource. You know, space also resource. You see, commitment is a huge thing. Without commitment, we cannot do the engagement. The project won't be successful because commitment is hard to come by, and commitment also something very, how to say it, heavy. So community need to have that at least in order to make sure that the project is successful. All right. So these are the empty table, if you can have a look on it. All right, don't get panicked, don't get stressed. It's okay to feel very unfamiliar with the table. Via the activity later on, we're going to work together step by step, guided by facilitators in each of your team. Will tell you how to do this, how to fill the table, and then in order to understand it, we'll go step by step. So this is our first contextual activity. So please click OK to breakout session. That before you go, let me finish up this part. All right. So make sure that during the activity, I really encourage all the participants here to get involved. And I believe that you guys will be guided by, a good facilitator, and they have experience working with community engagement, and they have involved in monitoring and evaluating the project as well. And some of them also been running the engagement with the community for quite some times already. So, and I also would encourage all the participants here to share your experience. I'm pretty sure that amongst all those in this session today has worked with the community. Please do share the experience so that we can get more information. We can get, we can share the knowledge as well, because everyone has the unique experience. And I always cherish the knowledge that I learn from people from different backgrounds. So yeah, with that, before we go to breakout session, is there anything that I can help you to answer questions? Everything good? All right, can I see thumbs up or okay to say that it's good for us to proceed with next session? Fantastic. All right, cool. So if that's the case, yeah, please proceed to the breakout session so that we can proceed with our activity, and we'll come back later on. Thank you very much.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita akan beralih ke sesi perkumpulan. Untuk itu, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan telah dipindahkan ke kumpulan seperti yang telah dimaklumkan oleh pihak urussetia. Mohon tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk menekan join now di layar yang dipaparkan. Terima kasih.